Your top 5 will be JT on the outside of the front row for the main later. The N6, 2/10 off of 45.680 for Flying Ryan. As you can see, the grid activity is continuing. Main events are next. We'll have a brief moment of silence and the national anthem. So we'd like to ask for all in the paddock to make sure to stand by, have the drivers at least stand up and out of the go-karts now. And we'll take a quick change over to the main event stream. We'll see you there. Welcome back to the Wisconsin Grand Prix from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, the third round of the 2025 U.S. Pro Kart Series. Main events are getting ready to begin, but before we do, we'd like to ask that all in attendance and able to hear us out on the loudspeakers here in the paddock, please rise and remove your hats for both our national anthem, but before that, a moment of silence. Unfortunately, yesterday at round 2 of the 2025 Eastern Vintage Karting Promoters Cup Series at Kelly's Motorsports Park in Batavia, New York, what began as a fun-filled weekend ended in tragedy. It is with heavy hearts that we share the devastating news of the loss of our dear friend and fellow vintage enthusiast, Dan Trendell. Our prayers and deepest condolences go out to Dan's wife, Christine, his family, and his many friends. May the memories of Dan's passion, spirit, and joy inspire us all during this difficult time. Rest in peace, Dan Trendell. And we'd like to ask first a thank you to Kart Lounge for reporting and spreading the news, and that everyone in the paddock please give a moment of silence for the loss of a fellow member of our karting community. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to bring in the national anthem. So please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for those final words of encouragement, the last moment for drivers to lock in and get ready for the 2025 Wisconsin Grand Prix main events. We have 7 loaded classes of go-karts ready to bring the action. We are live on the Jumbotrons all around Road America from the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex, the official karting circuit here at the National Park of Speed. And to kick things off, well, we want to show you the next generation of motorsport superstars, the youngest drivers that we have in our 200-plus contingent for the U.S. Pro Kart Series' third stop of 2025. The Micro Swifts, these drivers ages 7 to 10 years old, and starting things off here with our front row starter, Slade Harrell. This Nitro Kart kid here helping with support of the alliance between Ryan Perry Motorsport and Nitro Kart, led up by Cody Johnson. They have a busy weekend. Nitro Motorsports busy on the main track with the TA2 main event set to roll later today. They had the TA main yesterday. And, well, of course, they've got the next generation of superstars. And, of course, Nitro Kart, Nitro Motorsports also aligned with Chip Ganassi Racing and the IndyCar paddock and all the motorsports legacy that goes along with CGR. And there's another motorsports legacy tied to this brand. Jay Howard, driver development, former IndyCar superstar, former Indy Lights, or now Indy Next champion. And there he is, team boss here this weekend with a number of white and blue Kart Republics along the entire JHDD Motorsports ladder, beginning here with karting and all the way up the entire USF Pro Championships. They've got 2 drivers obviously on the outside of the front couple rows with a great run through the heats. then our third different operation, our third different chassis manufacturer, starting on the inside of row number 2 for our top 4 starters, Lennox Lockhart and Velocity Racing Sodi. There's Lennox, the Miami, Florida native, getting some final words of encouragement before he rolls out onto the circuit. And when we talk next generation, well, how about the next generation of JHDD altogether? Hudson Howard, son of Jay Howard here. He rolls from 5th. He's already got himself a big win earlier on in our national tour this year, and the number 49 has a pretty starting spot on that inside lane to his outside. Well, representing the likes of Latin and South America with Orsolon Racing, Alvaro Medeiros for Orsolon. The green and black Tony Karts, and Fabio Orsolon has a ton of that easy-to-spot livery out here this weekend. He'll start from the 6th row, and as we can see, Henry, the engines have already begun to fire for the micros here. What has stood out to you over their 3 heats so far, and the little bit of notes we were able to get from Friday practice and qualifying?
Well, Xander, what has stood out for me is the organization of the Jay Howard driver developments. There's 3 drivers, Brody Stoffel, Leo Simoni, and Hudson Howard. The other 2 outliers, the man starting from pole, Slate Harrell and Lennox Lockhart. I think it could come down to a 5-way scrap. Can Harrell and Lockhart, who drive for different teams on different go-karts, can they form an alliance? Because the Jay Howard driver development team will work together. They'll work very well. They are in sync. Can the 2 single kart team drivers, even though they've got teammates but not near the front, can they work together when they need to and get themselves in a position where, it's every man, woman and child for themselves in the late stages. But 20 laps. Don't let the leaders get away early, because in this class, it is difficult to catch a breakaway.
It is. It is so tough to be able to break away. These karts 9 horsepower and restricted from the next age group up, the mini Swift division, the unrestricted 8 to 12-year-old class. And so while they begin to form on the end of the outlap here, we'll give it a moment as the engines get set to come to life. Here we go, getting ready. Micro Swift already breaking formation, and away we go from Road America. The Wisconsin Grand Prix first main is underway as they climb the hill to 2A and 2B. And they'll crest back up towards us here through the chicane. A little bit of contact there, a couple of karts together as they go over to turn number 3.
Alvaro Medeiros was one of the drivers that got caught up, but the JHDD stranglehold has already been broken, because you have got Lennox Lockhart and Slate Harrell up at the front. Now, where is Brody Stoffel? Was he one of the drivers that got caught up in the pack? They'll come through to complete lap number 1. Medeiros went through the air, he through the grass at turn 2. Somehow he managed to carry on. Looking down, Stoffel nowhere to be seen near the front of the field.
No, he is not. Brody Stoffel waiting to try and figure out where he ended up after that entire first lap. There is one of the Orsolon Tony Karts. Thought for a moment that might have been Alvaro Medeiros. And as we try to find, there he is, the number 29 of Brody Stoffel, all the way down at the bottom of the pylon, somewhere outside the entire top 20. What a heartbreaker start for what had been such a good weekend to this point, and a great points haul in the making. He's going to have his work cut out for him over the next 18 and a half laps, and he'll have to hope that this group we're following can keep touch with Lennox Lockhart and that the battles open up, as right now there is a little gap to the lead, and at least that's good news for Stoffel, because there's 5 karts that are trying to hunt Lennox back down. We know when they get there, they're going to dance.
Yeah, and Dutch Westbrook on the Bennett, number 33, Mason Brody on the number 7 Nash Motorsport machine. They have joined the lead group. In fact, there's Brody to the inside at the top of the hill to move into P5. Up at the front, Harold has lost second to the number 95 Kart of Leo Simoni. They come down the hill through this wonderful downhill carousel corkscrew type corner at turn 7. Into turn number 8, they're still heading downhill. Finally, the circuit flattens out ever so slightly through turns 10 and turn 11. Into the final corner, there's a move from Hudson Howard. Harold, the pole sitter, is back to P4. 6 drivers with a gap of 1.8 seconds over Alvaro Medeiros. Michael Supka is there on the Techno Kart entry in 8th position, followed by Jack Katowski and Caden Cladera. And we still look down, Stoffel is P16, just behind Dusty Strayer. Already we're running lap 4 out of 20.
Yeah, already almost a quarter of the way in. Let's take a look back at how it started. Into turns 2A and 2B, you can see Stoffel there. Medeiros jumps the curb into the, oh man, right into the side of the number 11. Who was that?
Bo Wyatt.
Bo Wyatt. So Bo Wyatt, Brody Stoffel, innocent bystanders. Obviously Alvaro Medeiros on the outside. The track quickly closed up for him, and he tried to find a way in, and we've actually seen that happen a couple times. Now we got one of the AMAX Racing entries off to the side. That is Diesel Maxwell in the 78 Kart Republic, buried in the grass somewhere around the racetrack.
And he's had a huge shuffle up at the front, because now Simone and Howard run 1 and 2. Lockhart's back to 4th. Brody's up to P3. Harold, the pole man, is 5th. And Westbrook is 6th. And look at that. Alex Searle is down in the pits. Alex, what could you tell us? Because there's been a major shuffle here at the front of Micro Swift.
Yeah, this field's been completely scrambled right now. Turn 8, Lennox, unfortunately, there caught the curb on the inside. It threw him off the racetrack. Had to re-find his grouping there, but unfortunately fell back to 4th there.
Yeah, still in 4th, though, at least.
Yep.
I mean, he still has plenty of time to get back to where he needs to. The same for pole sitter Slate Harrell, and you can see both of them were eyeing up Mason Brody. Slate's going to make the move before Lennox can. He'll take back 1 spot towards the lead. And so the number 88 machine now gets a little bit back to just a net loss of 3. And the leaders, again, are all still in reach right now. Let's take a look at the big movers and shakers off that opening lap here. Caden Cladera getting up and going along with Andrew Anastasio. If it's correct, they are up double-digit positions, avoiding the chaos and the fray. And of course, again, Brody Stoffel rolled from 4th, went way back. He's back up to 15th and continuing to climb. The update on Alvaro Medeiros, he has been able to at least continue in 7th, because he wasn't the one that went all the way off. A lot of the brunt of the impact went to the likes of Bo Wyatt, who got spun around, and of course Stoffel into the sandwich, the meat of the sandwich there. And Bo Wyatt, unfortunately, he is all the way down in 25th. A heartbreaker for him. Dylan Braun, also an innocent bystander with MPG Motorsports on the KR. He's outside the top 20, just made up 1 spot there on the left side to 22nd. But here is Stoffel trying to get a few more, Henry. He's got 2 right up the road in front of him. That's Giorgio in the 5, and he'll get him right here. And the next up should be Liam Astalis. 1 more further, sorry. It's Tyler Blackwood on the Bennick. That's the next.
Yeah, Stoffel there, he tried to make it 3 wide. He tried to get 2 for the price of 1 going into turn number 2. Ended up not making any positions there. Had to wait till turn 3. He can't afford to, he's got to pick his moments very, very carefully, very precisely. He is going to catch and pass drivers, but depending on how many attempts it takes him to pass each driver, that will depend on how far up the field he gets. There is a look at 9th placed driver, the number 92 of Jack Katowski. The field has spread out. Up at the front, Simone and Howard have got a 1.2 second advantage.
Yep.
The chasing pack, as we watch another bit of a recovery.
Anastasio there in the 43.
Yeah.
First weekend for Andrew with TKG as Brody goes a little wide, making the move. He just got around Blackwood, so that's another one back for Brody Stoffel. Anastasio again, what a charge here for this young man. 23rd, and now he is up to 10th, so 13 spots up as he's this lap gone from 11th past Caden Cladera's Velocity Sodi for the 10th spot.
And this could be simply a case of you thinking, well, what has he done differently from yesterday to today? Well, maybe only subtle changes. Maybe he just got a bit lucky coming out of that first. You know, he was in the right place at the right time, coming around turn 2. He's now got himself in a position where he could go and race, and he's showing, hey, look, I was stuck down the back yesterday through no fault of my own. I had a little bit of luck this morning, and look where I am now. I'm not just there, I'm in the top 10, but I'm staying in the top 10 and moving forward. Here are your leaders. Hudson Howard has now passed Leo Simone. I was going to say the gap back to third place was 1.2 seconds. It's not anymore. It's closer. The 4 pursuers, Brody, Harrell, Lockhart and Westbrook, this is now a critical point of the race for them. They have to work together. They cannot they have to resist the temptation to pass each other. Now 4 different teams, 4 different drivers working as one to catch the 2 potentially escaping JHDD pilots.
So can they get back to them? Again, they will be fast enough if it's anything like what we've seen this weekend. And for the JHDD drivers out front, again, that gap open, now it's closed. And even though Lennox Lockhart made a move right there on screen past Dutch Westbrook for 5th, the nice part is the hard work, the heavy lifting is really being done by the 2 in front of him, because he's still in the draft of Harrell and of Brody, that if they stay in line, if they keep hitting their marks, they will tow the rest of the 4 into this lead group and make it 6 once again. And it's right about that time they really need to do it, and this is where the drivers will get pushed to hit their marks, and all that extra work, all the track walks in the mornings, all the coaching over the course of the last 3 days pays off if you're able to be consistent, if you found a way to do the same thing lap after lap, mimic those lap times. You can see the difference there even in the line. Mason Brody clipping the curbs, the leaders avoiding, trying to shorten the lap and close it up, and last time he did just a bit.
Yep, fastest driver on the circuit last time around, Lennox Lockhart, a 52.268. That is good news for both Harrell and Brody, because Lockhart will use that pace to push them up towards the 2 leaders. Westbrook, which he is doing to his credit, he has to stay in Lockhart's wheel tracks. Don't drop off, don't fall out of slipstream range. And Westbrook is doing just that. Lockhart is the engine room of this front group at the moment. His pace could be the difference between these 3 drivers catching him. But look at him, he's right on Harrell's rear bumper. He could have passed him, didn't. Working together. And they come into turn number 2 and 3. The gap last time around, well, it grew a little bit.
Just a tick there again, and I think part of the reason why the timing and scoring is a little bit awkward right now is a mix of either one of 2 things. One, maybe one of the transponders missed a lap and they were manually scoring as they knew that it was tracking and still on the go-kart, assumedly, for the one of the top 2. Or they were that close together across the timeline that it confused the timing and scoring system, because obviously they've been working together nicely most of this race. Is now Lennox, we saw him there look on the straightaway. He's now gone by Slate Harrell, but I will say I think we've seen more. Tyler Blackwood, the Bennick, off and into the grass. This is the exit of turn number 3, down nearly into the Supermoto track and the rock pile, and his Sunday has an early exit stage left. Oh, man.
Yep, and it's a shame because he's done so well here recently.
Sorry, Henry, I didn't actually mean to interrupt you on that one. I thought for a moment the flag that was being waved by turn 2A, 2B was not yellow and was a different color that I won't say, that I'm hoping we don't get during this race that might have stopped it. But no, just Blackwood out, yellows were out, so they were not allowed to pass in that zone until they got past turn number 3. Now they can race again, of course, and they're close, but not there yet.
This is a good lap from Brody, from Lockhart. Harrell and Westbrook have lost a kart length or 2, but I think this could be, if not the fastest lap of the race, it could be one of the fastest laps, because they come across the line. The gap between Simone and Brody was 9/10. It's now 6/10. The signal goes out. Follow, push hard. Lockhart to the inside, and smart driving from Mason Brody gave him the room. That hasn't slowed Lennox down any. And now Brody, though, is going to lose a place to Westbrook, as you can see. Unfortunately,
Blackwood headed up the hill there. Now checking back, this is the next group. Now it's just kind of split a little bit again with the pass. Like you said, Lennox didn't lose any time And to Lennox's credit, he's kind of been using each of the three drivers on screen, Westbrook, Brody, and Slade Harrell, as trampolines, as launching pads. Gets to one moment, and then once he's believing that they are within the range to get the slipstream off the next kart ahead of the one he's ready behind, he'll make the move to pass. He's played this one perfect. Now he's got forward momentum. Obviously, Mason Brody, he's had a lap of back momentum. He's trying to go back to neutral and even things out. Let's give you some more updates here before we check in with the leaders as the race comes to a close. Brody Stoffel has gotten back to the top 10. Alvaro Medeiros has rode in 8th, but for Brody, this is about probably where the progress sadly will end. You can see the gaps on the screen.
Yep.
He's gotten through the mid-pack, through the back, but it's 5 seconds to the next group. It'll be a tall order to try and close that down in 5.5 laps.
Yeah, and Stoffel is 5 seconds behind Michael Supka on the Techno Kart, and Techno Kart team there. And there's Harrell and Brody getting their elbows out. That's cost them both a bit of time, and if they're not careful, they could fall back into the clutches of the Katowski, Medeiros, Supka battle. The Techno Kart team there, boosted by the arrival of team boss Renchu Mardan. Last night, they were cooking goulash and having a good time and looking forward to a good day's racing. And Supka is giving them a good start on that, the third kart on the frame here now. But Lennox Lockhart, we saw him making little moves. I think he started realizing time's running out. I've got to make the moves now to give myself enough laps at the end to close in and do something about the two teammates, because he's dropped Westbrook, Harrell and Brody. He's now half a second in front of the 33 Bennett kart and just half a second behind race leader Hudson Howard. Lockhart's going to catch them, and he's going to catch them on the run into turn 2 on this lap. Howard, Simone, Lockhart, then a gap to Westbrook, Harrell and Brody. New leader, Leo Simone. Is this going to bring Lockhart straight into play? Yes, it will.
Yes, indeed, Henry. Now he wants to take second right on cue. Lockhart gets another one. Lennox Lockhart up to P2. He'll split the teammates. And to Leo Simone's credit, he was obviously keeping an eye on how close the number 14 was getting, and so he saw that at that point it was going to be a pass made for second, almost like impending doom, and it was him or Hudson. He chose to put Hudson back.
And Lockhart is now in a position where he's got to maintain this momentum. Does he sit? I wouldn't personally. I would go now, because he's got the pace to lead, and if he's got track position, that's key. Already you can see Simone knows the danger is there. Simone on lap 18 out of 20 defending. How long can he defend the indefensible? Because Lockhart's there, but Lockhart to the inside. Beautiful move into the top of the hill, and look at Westbrook. Fantastic. We got 6 at the front, but we got a new leader, and it's Lennox Lockhart.
Oh man, Lennox Lockhart to the front. Dutch Westbrook second. Now it is Simone third. Mason Brody's back in it. He's 4th. And then, of course, in 5th now, all the way back in the middle of the phrase, Hudson Howard. And don't look now, but Jack Katowski, Michael Supka, they were 2 seconds away. Let's see how much it may have closed in. But what a well-composed, slow, and methodical run up the pack for Lennox Lockhart. He'll lead them to the line, to the double sticks. 2 to go.
And 8, 9 karts all in the same frame. There's your poleman, Slate Harrell, running in 6th. There is Miguel Lockhart, Lennox's father, eyes locked on his son as he heads to the top of the hill. You can only imagine the nerves, the excitement, the adrenaline coursing through his veins, only matched by the excitement and adrenaline coursing through that driver's veins. As Lockhart leads them through turn 7, they're going to come across the line next time by and see the white flag, and suddenly we got a 3-car breakaway, Xander Clements.
Indeed, we do have 3 now all in tow. So Lockhart to Westbrook to Simone. It should come down to those couple, because now Jack Katowski and Medeiros are in the middle of the pack. They were fighting for 4th behind between Brody, Howard, and the likes as well of Slade Harrell. So they are out of it with 1 to go. It is Lockhart to the bottom, Westbrook to the middle. Oh, and he goes wide as he gets sideways. Simone fades back. Lennox Lockhart now with a big time gap to 3, and Dutch now switches to defense as he tries to fend off Simone, who crosses him up out of turn 3. He'll get back the second spot now as they go down the hill.
Lennox needs to look over his shoulder to realize there's no need to defend. The worst thing he can do now is defend when he doesn't need to, because he'll slow down. Here's the battle for 4th place, but on a weekend that is a big weekend for velocity racing in lots of ways, they're going to start the main event Sunday here at the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex with their youngest superstar standing on top of the podium. Here we go.
Lennox Lockhart wins in Wisconsin. Micro Swift from 6th to 5th to 4th to 3rd and 2nd, and to the lead when it mattered most. Velocity Racing and Sodi Kart on top in our first main event of the day. Leo Simone second, Dutch Westbrook will join him on the podium.
And with Brody 4th, Harold the poleman 5th. And look at that sportsmanship coming across the line. There is what it means to the parents.
Once again, there's a final look at your unofficial results from our first main event on the day. Lennox Lockhart, top of the board over Leo Simone and Dutch Westbrook. Mason Brody ends up 4th. Slate Harrell 5th. Jack Katowski, great late race charge to get to 6th. Madero 7th. Hudson Howard falls to 8th. Michael Supka 9th. And Brody Stoffel, well, it's a heck of a recovery, and it's a great way to salvage what was just a heartbreaking start. That all went down in turn 2A, 2B. He ends at 10th.
I feel like it's been a long time coming here for me to have a chance to interview Lennox after a main event victory. Let's get him a chance to get his helmet off. But what a run. I feel like you make these wins hard on yourself. Obviously back at Speed Sports when you got your first national, you did it from 21st. Here, you made a mistake coming down in turn 8, went back to 6th place. How'd you kind of recover from that and get back to P1?
Well, I just made a mistake and I realized that I fell back, so I decided to keep pushing and didn't give up. And since I was trying to push Slade, but we were working together, and I tried to overtake all of them, and I just got it.
Lastly here, there's got to be a lot of people that you want to thank for this victory.
And
KA Jr onto the racetrack now, presented by BBS Race Engines, the biggest class on the weekend. 52 drivers on the entry list, and they are all together for the first time this weekend in race conditions. They got split for practices. In fact, that's the first time all 52 are on the racetrack. This will be a wild start. Brady Shad, local kid, having a heck of a weekend, and they have been here before with a lot of promise. And speaking with his father at the end of the day yesterday, they just hope at this point, with two great chances in X30 Jr later this afternoon and KA Jr here this morning, if we can just come home with some hardware in either one, it'd be a huge, huge boost to this young man's development. He starts alongside Nathan Dupuis, the Canadian for Nash Motorsports on the outside lane. And of course, both of the front row drivers trying to keep it all together as we get set, and away we go. We're racing in KA Jr. All good so far, except for one driver having to take the cut-through lane. That is one of the LN carts. It might be one of the AMAX entries. I don't know for sure. We'll try and ID them as they get around the hill, but it looks like outside of an off-track excursion, that should be okay, and we've safely gotten all 52 drivers halfway through lap one. It's a long one, boys and girls. 22 laps, I believe, for the KA100 Juniors and all other full-size divisions in total. And we're already to the end of lap one. 21 to go when they hit the line. Shad leads in the blue, purple, and pink RPG Cosmic. Right behind him, they're fighting it out. Travis Pettit now to the lead there in the last corner. So he takes over to lead lap one. Shad drops to third. It's Mad Max Weiland now into second as they cross the line.
There was a collective holding of the breath there. One of the Franklin Motorsport karts is out of the race, but pretty much 51 of the 52 starters still running at the end of lap number one. You got a 4-kart lead breakaway, but I want to draw your attention to the kart running in P5. There are only 2 techno karts here. The second of them, we saw Michael Supka. That is a brand new graphics kit put on specially. It's a lucky graphics kit that Laurentiy Bardan, the team boss, brought with him yesterday. And he says that the Bulgarian Asen Dramaliev will make this graphics kit work. It's the final iteration of their graphics, and Asen already into the top 5. He's got work to do though, has the young Bulgarian, because these 4 drivers at the front look like they're pulling away, but it's all kicking off behind.
Now as they head down the hill to turn number 4, side by side here, that's Lucas Palacio looking to, I thought, maybe make a pass on Tristan Murphy. He did not. He's got Nathan Golseth right behind him, sandwiched between 2 Ryan Perry Motorsport machines, and now Murphy's going to be the one to make a move. He'll go to the inside of Julian Rivera. You've gotten to see a lot of this young man's development. He is getting swarmed right now in that green and black Orso Antoni kart, even with his teammate giving a little love there in the 851, Teo Salamao.
The Condor from Quito, Ecuador. Julian Rivera, he drops the 9th position behind Lucas Palacio. There is John Antonino. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, he started every single KA100 Jr race from either 26th or 27th position. He was 52nd overall after qualifying. He is now 11th. After 3 heat races, he has got a shot. But Weiland, Pettit, Dupuis, Shad. Then a 1-second gap back to Dramaliev. Then Abernathy, Murphy, Palacio, Rivera, who you're looking at, then Teo Salamao and the rest.
And while we've dropped back here, the lead has changed hands. Max Weiland has now taken command of that 3-pack, and it's now become 4. Nathan Dupuis is there, and original front row pull starter, Brady Shad, is the caboose on the 4-car pack, 4th in line. So as it goes, that white, blue, and orange machine, Max Weiland had a heck of a weekend at Trackhouse Motorplex. He spent a lot of laps there developing and getting training and coaching from the multi-time National Pro Champion AJ Myers and our KA Senior Champion from 2024. But here at Road America, well, he doesn't have nearly that level of laps, nearly that level of experience, but all of that extra training at one track, you can take a lot of the application across from racecraft to consistency to, at a place like this, as Brandon Lemke mentioned in warm-ups, being able to navigate when the track does take rubber and adjust your line, adjust your style and marks. And he's putting that to use right now, leading here at the end of lap 5.
The kart you can see off the side of the circuit that we lost in the opening lap is that the 812 kart that Pearson calls it. It also looks like the Indian driver from New Delhi, Arman Dewan, for driver for the Team Bennett organisation. He may be in difficulties. He has lost a lot of ground. I don't think he's retired yet, but he's got to be careful because, of course, back markers will be flagged off if need be in this championship. We don't get lapped traffic, as it were. Wyland, Pettit, Dupree, Shad. They've still got that 1 second advantage. I'm going to touch wood here, Xander. They're driving very maturely, very sensibly at the front.
Well, and that's because right now what they're doing is working. The gap is not closing in from the karts behind, led by Asen Dramaliev or Benim Abernathy or Teo Salamau. It's just holding station. Last time, all drivers in the top 6 at a 49 flat. The next best was Lucas Palacio. He had just charged from his original 12th spot on the grid up into 7th, and then this last time around has been thrown back into that mid-pack scrum by the likes of Salamau and Antonino, so they now are at the head of the next group here. We've got them on screen. So the 851 Teo Salamau, we saw him in the middle there moments ago with his teammate Julian Rivera, and he's gotten past him and a few others. And again, John Antonino, who we covered well yesterday, started dead last in all of his heats, marched forward, and he's had a great starting spot all weekend in the X30 Jr package. The KA Jr package was just a fuel issue after qualifying that he was out of compliance, had to go to the back. He had ran at the Route 66 Sprint Series event here 2 weeks ago, Henry, and talking with some of the mechanics that had also had drivers running in those classes, the same divisions here, same tire, but different fuel and oil mixture. They had to replace the entire fuel tank, not just empty the entire fuel lines and system, but put a fresh tank in, fresh lines, to make sure there was no extra residue that would pop on a fuel check. That will be done amongst many other tests to make sure all the engines and karts are well within compliance by the tech squad. So unfortunately for Antonino, he got bit by that on Friday. Nothing, of course, that that young man's doing. And he's done a great job to prove that the pace that he showed in that qualifying session throughout the practice day was no fluke and no outside or of the lines reasoning. He has been working his way forward, and he's even honestly, I think, and touched on this a bit yesterday too, looked better in his 100cc package than he has in the X30 Jr. He's looked okay there, but he's looked like he's had race winning or leading pace here. The problem is he and Salamau are way back from this group here, 4 seconds and counting.
Yeah, they're in the 3rd group. Group 1, the lead 4, Wyland, Pettit, Dupuis, Shad. There they are. 1 second back from there, we have Group 2. That's Dramaliev and Abernathy running in 5th and 6th. Then another 2 seconds behind them is the group that we were just talking about. Group 3, Salamau, Antonino, Murphy, with Rivera tagging on the back of them. But I've got to say, as we just saw the 3rd position change there, with Travis Pettit passing Brady Shad, now Groups 1 and Groups 2 are getting a little bit closer as we approach half distance.
As we head to the line this time by, they'll put 10 laps in the books, Henry, here. It'll be 12 laps to go. It's waving or standing yellow there going into the final sector. I don't know who for. It looks like there's some commotion outside of the last turn. Maybe one driver had gone into the barriers. We can see the barriers have obviously been out of line there. I didn't pick up if that had happened earlier in the session or not. You see one of the USPKS marshals there, so I'd have to imagine they might have had a go-kart hit the wall and then moved it in that gap in the fence over to the grid side.
I could just about, Diego Ramos is there. You can see him just peeking over the top of the barriers. He must be on a steps, on a stool. Anyway, we have now... Sorry, Diego.
Terrible. Well, to be fair, we picked on our own guys enough.
I know.
Diego's been around long enough. He might as well be one of the crew, so...
he has indeed. Now, Nate Dupuis. Oh, Rodolfo Levine Jr.
Yes.
The son of ex-champ car driver Rodolfo Levine. Very dusty kart. He's obviously up and out of the kart. I want to speak very quickly about Nate Dupuis. In the last 18 months, that young man has dropped 30 pounds in weight. Why? because he wanted to turn this hobby that he had, that he enjoyed, and treat himself and think of himself as a professional race driver. And that includes looking after himself off the track. He has done it, he's helped with his family. That young man has worked incredibly hard. I know a lot of these drivers have a story, but that's just one of them. And I wanted to say, you know, hey, you want to know determination? You want to know what it takes to succeed? That young man there, he occasionally, his mum and dad say, he will treat himself to a single scoop of ice cream. That's it. Is it the pudding? Not that he eats any puddings anymore.
So now at halfway, one other moment here. As we talked about Nate Dupuis, let's give a little love now to Dramaliev and to Benham Abernathy. We've gone from 4 to now 6 in the group. So 6 drivers all together here in BBS Race Engines KA Jr. It is Weiland leading the pack. Nathan Dupuis is still there in second, and Travis Pettit, Hurricane Trav, is still there in third. But now with Dramaliev breaking into the fray, he shuffled Brady Shad back to 5th. And the 2 Wisconsinites there, Brady Shad and Benham Abernathy, I'll have to confirm, it's based out of the Wisconsin operation of Hodes Driver Development. I cannot remember off the top of my head. I know he's a Midwest kid, and he has definitely looked in top shape here this weekend.
Elm Grove, Wisconsin.
There we go. All right.
There we go. You were right. And we need to ask Emery Lyder for help. Yeah. Now, this is the key moment for Brady Shad. Local driver, dominated yesterday. Now he finds himself in the second half of the main event, fading 5th. Do not panic. He can't panic and start to overdrive. The kart hasn't suddenly got a lot slower. Yeah, there might be a few others that have made improvements. He has to now remember what got him to this position over the 3 heat races yesterday. So don't panic. Don't make any rash moves now, suddenly, because things aren't going as well as they were yesterday. But I love this. There are 6 different teams. Second place changes hands. Hurricane Trav up into P2. You've got the Magic Kart. You've got Speed Concepts. You've got Nash. You've got the Techno Kart, RPG, and Hots Driver Development. 6 different teams all battling for the top 6 position, separated by 0.8 of a second as we now run lap 16 out of 22. 15 down, 7 to go.
Wow, what a battle pack here, and you can see those top 3, top of your screen, the 3 karts further back that have stayed at 4 seconds away are now licking their chops and hoping that the battles will only continue from here. Max Weiland has led the most laps to this point, but now behind him, they've passed quite a bit. Oh, Brady Shad, he went for the move. Smart play by Brady as there's one off. That's Emerson Lane's kart. The Hodes DD driver out on the outside of the final turn.
Wow.
Quick work by the US Pro Kart Series officials. Great job.
Yep, there's that. We talked to Angela Melton there, the grid marshal, but she doesn't just run the grid, she helps get karts to safety as well. Oh, the number 856 kart, that is Bristol Borman. So she's out of the race as well. Good work there, that track marshal. Don't forget that the drivers are going past that point at a full speed. By the way, great shot of how fast he is. And now the leaders are coming up on lap traffic. Will they get flagged off before they get there? And Weiland gets shuffled to the back. Weiland goes from 1st to nowhere. In fact, 1st to 5th. Game on at the front, new leader. Can you feel a wind blowing? I can, because Hurricane Trav is in the building.
Yes, indeed. Hurricane Trav. Travis Pettit was born on the night in New Jersey. They had one of the craziest hurricanes in history. And, well, they nicknamed him Hurricane Travis when he was a baby and a young kid. And as he's continued to grow into now, I believe, almost a teenager, if not already, they said, well, his vibrant personality that we got to witness on full blast after he swept Sunday at the SCUSA Pro Tour in Cincinnati, said, yeah, that nickname fits. He's energetic. He's fun to watch on and off the racetrack. And this kid, well, he will be fun to watch in the scale line as he celebrates if he can pull off the win here today. But, again, there's still 5 hungry drivers right on his heels and more that might be able to make some headway. Salamau and Antonino last time around, they only picked up 1/10 of a second. That won't be enough, but again, it was only 1 pass, and it was relatively painless for the lead pack. So now that they're lined up again, they can focus on a lap time but if they really go side by side, and of course once the final two sticks are given for 2 laps to go, we know they're going to begin defending and going all across the circuit, and that will slow those times down. There's Travis's father, Adam, looking on. The Speed Concepts Racing Carlos Sainz chassis showing the way here as they drop down the hill into turn number 7, and a big contingent with a number of drivers in contention for main event wins today. Travis might be able to bring them there first.
Yeah, but Xander, do you know one group that really don't like hurricanes? Pets. And there's a dog beginning to growl behind Hurricane Trav as they come out of turn number 12. Nate Dogg is there in P2. Brady Shad has done exactly what I hoped he would. He's kept his head. He's back into 3rd position. And Mad Max Wyland also, he hasn't lived up to his earlier days. He's kept his head. He's still there in 5th. And what about Bulgaria's Asen Dramaliev? They're going to be cooking. They love their cooking over in the techno tent there. They serving food all day yesterday. There's going to be some. Well, there could be some beverages being drunk if Asen can get on the podium. Laurentiu Mardan told me he would be. Let's see if Laurentiu knows best. As now, there's Bainam Abernathy making a move. We're going to come to the end of lap number 19.
3 laps remaining. Abernathy with kind of a last-second dive on Wyland and then kind of tried it again, and that's hurt them both. And now he's going to go again in turn 2A as Dramaliev and Brady Shad make contact, and around goes Dramaliev. Asen off Shad through the cut-through, and major contact. As you can see the reaction, the Shad family was hoping for a major moment here today, and Brady Shad slowly and deflatedly pulls into the pass-through lane and ends that main event here, that fantastic weekend run in KA Jr. with 2 laps left on the board. What a heartbreaker.
Yep, and we were looking, you want to know about the emotion of karting, what it's like for these families. That was a perfect illustration. Dramaliev sadly was also taken out, which means we've got a head-to-head fight running. Lap 21 of 22. Travis Pettit, Nathan Dupuis, slower traffic in front. That's going to have to get out of the way. Will that slower kart be pulled off the side of the circuit before the leaders get them? They'll come to 1 lap to go next time around. This is Speed Concepts versus Nash. This is USA versus Canada. This is Pettit versus Dupuis. And we're going to have one more time around the block, Xander.
One more lap, white flag in the air. Travis Pettit, Nathan Dupuis going at it. It'll be a big run for Dupuis if he can get it by the end of the straightaway. You'll see the closing rate right here as they get to full song, full RPMs down to turns 2A and B. Look at the amount of curving Nathan Dupuis took there. He's now not quite close enough to put the heat on Travis and pressure him into defense. But as it stands, he will be able to if he does get a good run right here over the curb in 4, 5, 6, 7, down the hill for the final time.
Dupuis got his line perfect going up the hill, and now he's in a position where he can pick his moment. He's got to the inside, he cuts across, Dupuis has the lead. The switchback is on though for Petit.
Oh, into the final 2 turns. Dupuis, 1 more corner to go. Pettit sets up for a crossover. He'll pitch it tight. They'll drag race to the line. Travis Pettit's got it.
Yes, got it.
Unreal.
Yeah.
And you can hear the celebrations perfectly as well. Wonderful.
Oh, baby.
Travis Pettit gets another win on this storybook Midwest summer, and he is your Wisconsin Grand Prix unofficial main event winner here from KA Jr.
Adam, we got the reaction on camera. What was your thoughts on that move from your son?
You know, Travis works so hard every day, literally, and his fitness is so on point. He is just a beast right now. And, you know, even if Dupuis finished in front of him, I already knew that we would get the win because Dupuis passed under a yellow. So I don't know if Travis picked that up, but it's amazing. This one feels good.
Go celebrate with his son now.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
We know that is one proud dad right there, and John Antonino right up to Travis. Check it out, a huge hug from Buddy, and the celebration for Travis can begin as the helmet comes off, and there is the margin of victory. 0.04 of a second, 45 thousandths in the final run to the line with a perfect crossover move. Dupuis had a slick pass to do the same to get by him down at the bottom of the hill in turn 8. And he was then in the roll reversed, trying to hold him off. And oh man, what a finish. What a great end to KA Jr. as we go back down to our main event winner, Travis Pettit, victorious.
Eighth is not good. It just kept like. Hey. And then I look back and it's like, oh,
Let's do it. Travis, I heard from your dad. You got to go watch it on the broadcast later on. Your dad was pumped for that one. But what a crossover. Walk me through that last lap.
I overshot the double lefts. It was a good race. I should have blocked a little bit better going through the double left. But, I crossed him over to the checkered flag, and, it was a good finish.
Dude, you've been on a hot streak recently of wins. I mean, what do you kind of attribute a lot of your recent success to?
A lot of working out and then, just go.
I love it. Well, lastly here, who do you thank for this win, bud?
I want to thank Speed Concepts Racing, my engine builder, Switch Racing engines, and I want to thank my family, mom and dad, for sacrificing so much money and effort. And, big shout out to them.
Congratulations, Travis.
Thank you.
They're going to continue to check through the 52 drivers and clear the racetrack from the scale area here in just a few moments. Lots of racing set to continue here from the National Park of Speed, the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex at Road America. You're watching the U.S. Pro Kart Series Wisconsin Grand Prix. We'll be right back.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you sick of making the wrong setup changes? Or arguing with your kid about their driving? Apex gives you the answers within seconds. Apex is the latest innovation from Kart Class, which can solve thousands of karting queries at the press of a button. No more asking random people kart setups, or being intimidated by larger teams. Just type it in and let Apex do the rest. Apex covers different kart brand setups, axles, rims, seats, and everything racecraft related. For as little as a can of chain loop, you can learn from over 30 years karting experience in seconds in the palm of your hand. Check out Apex at kartclass.com today.
KA100 Sr getting ready to roll onto the racetrack. Another hefty contingent of go-karts with Joe Turney getting ready to lead all 46 on the entry list to green. Caden McQueen completes an all UK front row, driving on his debut with the Velocity Racing Sodi crew. It's Paulie Massimino, round 2 winner and round 1 runner-up. Starting in third on the inside, and to the outside, the shoe, Jake Drew from California, rolls on row number 2.
Hometown favorite Brandon Lemke goes from row 3 alongside Blake Nash. Eli Warren and Keegan Kaminsky are up next.
Continuing the Hoots DD and hometown love, Caleb Gafera will start on the inside of row 5 alongside Mateo Rubio Luengo as we try to look back and give a little love to everyone through the entire field here, all the way back to like the likes of Alan Isambard. That'll have to start tail end Charlie behind Ibrahim Dean. That should put us to 47 potentially. Chloe Mack listed, if she's out there as well, that'll make it 48. It's a big grid, and they're all quickly trying to file into line as here we go for the green. KA100 Sr, no dice on the first time. They did not get enough of them together. Porter says, boys, try again.
Oh, and something just fell off one kart at the side of the circuit there. Now, I'm not sure if that was debris from an earlier incident or what, but there was something that came off the kart, definitely.
So this time, a little bit slower, a little bit more, all together. JT on the inside, Caden McQueen, Lightning on the outside. We've been waiting to use the line here, if he can pull it off. His first U.S. win on our KC National Tour. Could it be today? Green flag in the air. 48 drivers from KA Sr for the Wisconsin Grand Prix are underway up to the hill. Oh man, 4, 5 carts through the cut through. Quentin McPherson, one of them. Another one, Adam Maxwell, Austin Olds, all having to take evasive action there off the start. But other than that, Henry, we're clean and green and away. Here as the field files down to turn number 4.
Yeah, you've got a feel for Austin Olds. He's been up there all day yesterday in terms of pace. Had one mechanical issue, one incident-related issue. DNF'd one race, puts himself back in the thick of the pack, and then gets caught up at the start of the main event. New leader, Paulie Massimino. Caden McQueen to P2. Turney on his birthday down to 3rd, and then it looks like Brandon Lemke is that up into P4 ahead of the 2 GFCs, Drew and Kaminsky. Warren, Nash, Rubio Luengo, Gafara down into 10th. Commander Mallow is 12th. Chris Weirheim up into 11th position. Garzon with an injury, 15th, and McPherson looking for a podium down to 17th place.
Big wide run there for McQueen and Massimino as JT tries to hold back the cavalry. Still one big connected line up front right now. Caden McQueen, your leader, to Massimino as they go side by side for 3rd. Lemke through, Drew through, Kaminsky through, and now Joe Turney falls back to the 6th position through turn number 9, 10, 11, and now to 12 as he tries to fight for maybe one back or at least just cover it off.
Oh, and it's Joe Turney's birthday. The rest of the leaders are making sure they try to give him the birthday bumps. Let's just take a moment to remind everybody, how long has Joe Turney been undefeated in main events on the U.S. National Tour for?
7 consecutive mains dating back to August of 2023. A year and 10.5 months since the last time we've had Joe Turney on the grid, and he's not been the first to the finish line. Let's see if today changes things, because he said it at yesterday's afternoon presser that this one is going to be a dogfight.
And who beat Joe Turney in that event?
Well, it was none other than a Sodi, driven by another Brit, Harley Cable. was able to win it in Cincinnati. It was this exact event 2 years ago, the third round of the US Pro Kart Series at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, where we'll be live from next weekend with the KA100 Summer Nationals, the Briggs and Stratton-based organization with over 250 drivers on the list there as the action continues in less than 6 days. But the action right now is hot, and we've got another new leader, Jake Drew and Keegan Kaminsky, GFC and Formula Works to the top.
Formation flying from the two black and white livery GFC chassis based out of California, the Formula Works team, the subsidiary team, satellite operation to the main GFC team. Well, you know, they're looking for a promotion maybe. The Shoe and Keegan Kaminsky, perfect teamwork there, and they take over the top two. Look at the list of drivers, they flood onto the start-finish straight. You can't fit a cigarette paper between them.
New drivers joining the top 10 as ZCD is all out of shape there into turn 2A. Big lockup by the rear tires there as the lead pack now at 8 is going to add a few more, and not just DeMello. Chris Wareheim, the oldest driver in the field, the veteran. He said going into the weekend, yeah, I knew ZCD was up there. He's only 27. Chris Wareheim is 39 years old, racing with the young kids all around, including former NASCAR ARCA Menard Series West champ in Jake Drew, a number of national champs and race winners here in the modern era, and of course a world-class driver in Joe Turney and many more through the entire top 10. He said, yeah, I don't know if I have pace to win, but I've definitely got enough. If I can get away with a top 10 result, I will be pleased. He's in a great spot early on here in this main 22 laps, and we've got 5 down so far.
Yeah, but you know what Chris Wareheim's got? He's got that experience. He's got that old age and treachery. Billy Cleveland, a legend of US karting. And look, this is where Clement DeMello almost loses. Clement DeMello had an accident there without having an accident. And I tell you what, we go back to what Travis Petit's dad said at the end of that last race. The first thing he said was how fit Travis is, how hard he works out of the kart, how much he puts into the preparation. And we've had Zach Clement DeMello saying, I've started doing that now as well. I've gone back to what I do, and that is how you do it. McQueen has slipped back to P4. Brandon Lemke now moving into play. And quietly, Joe Turney, who was running 9th, is now 6th.
It is a wealth of experience up here. Jake Drew, Brandon Lemke, former USPKS X30 Pro champ, a multi-time, I believe, in that, as well as one time in that, a multi-time KA Senior champ, if I'm not mistaken on that, at 2 runs, if nothing else, for sure, a double champ across the 2 divisions, and plenty of more accolades to go along with that. Of course, Caden McQueen's record speaks for itself. Paulie Massimino is a Supernats champ in KA Senior. He, of course, already has a main event win. We've touched on Drew, but Keegan Kaminsky is the outlier of your top 5. And this year, this has been a breakout year already with a lot of speed, a lot of pace, and now he's taking it to the lead.
Again, if you're Keegan Kaminsky, you listen, you learn, you follow, you look at yourself, and then you find areas within yourself that you're not as good as you could be, and you improve.
Jake Drew through the dirt. Didn't want to let Brandon Lemke by, fought it, and he's now giving his teammate a huge gap in front as the pack now swarms Lemke behind him for P3.
Panic stations. That is what panic stations look like. The rest of the league group sees suddenly, we've got a driver that has got a huge lead. We've got to go now. Moves going in left, right, and center, because suddenly we've gone from an 8-kart train to 1 kart leading by 0.8 of a second.
And you talk experience. Caden McQueen, we touched on, has quite a bit of it. And when you're an experienced driver, and you've seen this happen before, where you have teammates up front and they're going to fight hard, well, I was going to say he'd probably try to make the pass stick in a more easy, opportune moment. He thought turn 3 was going to be easy. It's not. He's now put in the middle, has to bail. Turney gets by, Nash is by. Eli Warren is the last one that couldn't quite find a gap, and McQueen got bogged down so bad by Jake Drew crowding and slamming the door shut on that move attempt for second. He's now found himself from what I believe to be potentially 9th in the 10-car train. He was 3rd last time by, and let's see as well on the gap. how far back he is from the overall lead as Kaminsky puts 9 laps in the books as one is wide. Austin Olds kicking up dust there back at the end of turn number 12.
And suddenly you've got Kayla Gafara, Eli Warren, Ben Gort, Connor Ferris, all within 4 seconds of the race leader. And it's a Formula Works GFC 1-2. Jake Drew, despite that off-track excursion a lap and a half ago, right through this section, is now, there he goes, Lemke just side by side, Drew keeps it pinned, and then look at the understeer now through turn number 7, he's gathering his momentum back. Oh, yellow flag's waving, that's the first time we've seen a yellow flag in this race. Somebody has obviously gone off there.
Yeah, one cart there in turn 12, who we'll see if we can get an ID. It's Wareheim. Chris Wareheim is out, and he is not happy, and he is looking at someone in that group that just went by. Don't know who the contact would have been with. He was hovering the top 10, was shuffled back, and obviously now is all the way at the bottom. Let's see if we can get an update there. Alexander Searle, what do you have for us?
Going to comment here very shortly because a couple of laps ago into turn number 11, ZCD, I think, inadvertently put the bumper to the back of Joe Turney, and Turney wasn't very happy, so keep tabs in the battle for 5th.
All right, well, we knew it was going to get dicey, and when there's so many drivers together, well, they're going to collide, and then that will be when the emotions start to run hot. You talked about the conditions. The heat has been a factor. The humidity today is immense, and it is all going to just make it that much tougher to keep your cool behind the wheel. But JT's got himself a gap. He's got a little bit to run up to DeMello, but ZCD is hauling the mail as well as he's closing in on the leaders with Kaminsky's lead also fading. Jake Drew is now down to within 0.4 of a second. Paulie Massimino in third has spent most of this race as a spectator to all of the chaos around him. And even at Trackhouse Motorplex, when he was the driver to beat all weekend, they swarmed him on the start, Henry. Not once, but twice they tried to send him back. He was able to manage the race, keep his cool, and just pick them back off one at a time. He and Jake Drew are buddies. Jake Drew, when he was racing part-time in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series, as well as the Trans Am Series in TA2, filling in for Connor Zilish, he had moved and fully bought into trying to make it work to North Carolina, and he spent a lot of time hanging out with Paulie Massimino and a number of the racers out there. They're great friends off the racetrack. Will he treat Paulie with the same lack of love that he did to McQueen for the sake of trying to keep the team, the black and white machines up front, or will he say, well, I'm all right with this one, I might give him a little bit of a break? I don't know if he'll even have to consider it, though, because he's now gotten to Kaminsky's bumper, and Massimino is just at that kind of borderline toe moment where if they push and Paulie has a Lemke behind him following, loses faith, and Lemke passes, they'll be able to potentially get away.
You know as well as I do, Xander, that there are no friends during a race on the racetrack. You know, each one of these drivers would sell their own Nemo for a chance at a win in a US National Series main event. And Paulie Massimino has just put in a 48.39 second lap. He is hauling the mail, and he's bringing the cavalry with him.
And as fast as he was, who was better? Well, how about Zachary Clayman DeMello and Caden McQueen? Those two Velocity Racing Sodies, the black and orange machines, have closed the gap up. Let's take a look back here. McQueen even put a hand in the air to let the drivers behind know how bogged down he was, and I think at the same time also give a shrug as to what was that. And then he was just trying to hang on for dear life as they swarmed around him and then go back and reset. And to his credit, he's done just that. He picked off Joe Turney a lap ago, who also, on another note, is starting to really struggle. He's now given up the 7th spot. Eli Warren has gone by, and while he goes back, his fellow countryman, Caden McQueen, just set the fastest lap of the race as he bears down on the leading 5 to make it a 6-pack up front.
I love these longer races. You see fortunes ebbing and flowing you see drivers driving with different styles, different temperaments at different times, different little coalitions, people working together, people come and go, and it's absolutely fantastic to watch. Commander Mello is about to let McQueen go because Commander Mello has got a nose cone problem. That's easy to see, and we've got a new leader because the hot shoe Jake Drew has top spot once again.
Jake Drew to the lead. Keegan Kaminsky back to second. And again, for Jake, he knew that at some point he was going to have to make a tough call because Brandon Lemke, Paulie Massimino, even though as they've traded the third spot now with Massimino behind in fourth, they are no longer away by a gap. And now Paulie loses the fourth spot. McQueen gets by. Here's DeMello to make it a 1-2 punch and an elbow into 12. He won't complete it. Here comes Eli Warren on the both of them. Paulie is frustrated. Eli Warren now to the inside. And speaking of teamwork, here comes Caleb Gaffera, Warren's wingman at the moment. The Hotes DD crew trying to join in as Paulie goes back by Eli, and the pack is split.
Zach Commander Mello was just acting as McQueen's rear gunner. McQueen didn't have to worry about Commander Mello repassing him. That was never going to happen. Commander Mello knows he's got a nose cone penalty, so let's just make sure that the other orange and white and black Sony Kart run by Velocity Racing has a chance, and it does have a chance. We're on lap number 17 out of 22, and it's down to 4. We're down to 4. Can Warren, can Massimino make it 6 again? Turney, the winning streak is coming to an end. Who, though, is going to break it? Because any one of these drivers and potentially a few in the next pack could do it. And there is McQueen like lightning into P2.
Caden McQueen continues the march as his teammate now, ZCD, has faded to 9th. Joe Turney just doesn't seem to quite have what he needs to make it 8 in a row. And again, to his credit, the streak of 7 has never been done in our modern era and record keeping. And for Joe Turney, this is still a big, big trial run of anything else they think they might need for that X30 Pro main, because that's the one that pays the big bucks at the end of the day. He would have loved a chance to sweep. I'm sure he'll come away from this one probably a bit frustrated with a lot of notes before that main event rolls in about an hour as we get a new leader. Big time send from a big time driver. Caden McQueen to the lead, and Lemke, just like that, the battle opens. He takes over 2 turns later.
There is a reason that Road America put this on all the big screens all around the main track. There's a reason why everybody in the main race paddock has come over to watch the karting when their circuit isn't being used. This is the reason. This is because it is so close, so competitive. And what's this now, Xander? We got another chopping and changing of positions. You can't take your eyes off it for a split second.
Here comes Paulie Massimino now as McQueen is going to get freight trained if he's not careful. What can he do? Warren on the inside. Gaffera shoving him. Caden's trying to hang on. He'll get in just ahead of Gaffera. Split the Hotes drivers as now Paulie Massimino goes by, and what looked like there, Keegan Kaminsky in 4th. Just might have a pushback bumper penalty pending. It looks to me, in comparison to Jake Drew, his teammate up in 2nd, that GFC Formula Works front bumper on the man in 4th is a bit lower and a little bit looser, and that PBB has potentially been deployed. But we cannot even focus on that for just more than maybe a moment, because Porter has the double sticks ready. Brandon Lemke, the hometown kid. Jake Drew, the California native for GFC, trying to make a big-time play here in Turn 2A. He'll go back to the lead, and now Paulie Massimino and the rest of the pack inch ever closer.
We have talked to Brandon Lemke and his dad about how much they have tooted the horn of this circuit, how much they have appealed and tried to promote it at every opportunity to get it back on the national calendar after several years away. And this is this could be their reward. They put themselves in a position to win and win big. What a switchback! That's local knowledge for you. Is it going to work on the outside? Oh, Kaminsky's going to squeeze him, but no, Lemke stands firm but it's going to be everyone following Jake Drew as they come to 1 lap to go, Xander.
Brandon Lemke did a great job there, putting that local knowledge to use of how to cover off the last corner, but now he's under fire into 2A. Kaminsky back to second as they fight behind McQueen and Turney side by side outside the top 6. It is now Drew by a huge margin. Kaminsky second, yellow's waving at the exit of turn number 3. Down for 4, Lemke versus Massimino back in the podium fight. Eli Warren, last driver on in the top 5. ZCD has new life back there to get some hardware. But Jake Drew, he was so ecstatic this year to have another opportunity to get to drive more than once or twice with the GFC squad. And while maybe not every event has gone as perfect a plan as they would have liked out of the final turn, Jake Drew wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. And it's a GFC Formula Works 1-2, Lemke third, Massimino fourth, and Eli Warren hangs on for a major podium in 5th.
That was a classic. What a go-kart race that was. If you want to know why this sport is the best in the world, take a look back at those 22 laps and look that the celebrations. And Jake Drew, he's been there. He's done that. He's raced Arca Menards. He's raced Camping World Truck Series.
He's raced the TA2 cars on the racetrack in 3 hours.
And that's how hard he had to work, and that's how much but look at that. Any one of the top 9 names on that list had a shot at winning. And Blake Nash in 10th, Rubio Luengo, Gaunt, Ferris, McPherson, Overbeck. After 22 laps, less than 6 seconds separate the top 15.
What a run. What a race. I mean, the field is stacked. You look even down to this second group of the 16 to 30th place finishers. Mick Gabriel was in the front runners at Route 66, Isambard, and the like. But here you have it. Jake Drew, victorious at the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex at Road America.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe that. Through the grass, getting trailered, back and forth from the lead. That was so cool. And oh, all good, man. That was fun. Hell of a race, man. Good job. Congrats.
Brother, that was great.
I've been that stressed out over a go-kart race ever. Good job, buddy. Thank you.
We'll get to hear from Jake Drew once the next one gets rolling, but they roll just like that. One barn burner to another. Many Swift drivers onto the racetrack here, ages 8 to 12 years old. The first step up from the first class. You watched the micros. This one, unrestricted motors, whereas they have a slight exhaust restrictor on the micro Swift package, and they run at a slightly higher minimum weight for the growing young driver. And now they're all ready to go. Out of that last turn, you're gonna see a grand total of 25 ready for action. And Maxwell Macha, off a great qualifying effort and a fantastic Saturday, lines up on the pole to his outside Cameron Johnson. Mini Swift action, not gonna get it on the first try by. They will send them around again. And it gives us a bit of a moment here to kind of recap a little bit of our top starters and how they got there, Henry.
Yeah, Maxwell Macha finally learned how to qualify, has parlayed that into 3 strong results at pole position. Cameron Johnson providing the Kart chase through with biscuits, but I didn't get one. He starts on the outside of row number 1. Santiago Orioli, a great recovery drive in his second heat race yesterday. He has got a piece underneath him, and pretty in pink, Jade Francisco on the outside of row number 4. Enzo Di Janeiro has coped well with the addition of Maxwell Matcher to the factory Paralin team. He goes from P5, even though he hasn't had the pace yesterday. He's been smart, and Dominic Gaddis has just been going about his business nice and quietly, and winds up on the outside of row 3.
Paxton Romero, Daniel Dragunov, Jake Manalio, Clayton Stiles, your top 10 starters. 25 deep, Mini Swift presented by Velocity Racing from Road America on the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex is green as they run up the hill. Oh, off already. Santiago Orioli into the dirt. Off the bat, all that hard work in that heat race yesterday. Now instantly in 100 feet goes to the wayside as he drops down the board, and they run down the hill. It turns 4, 5, 6, and 7 for the first time. A huge gap already for Cameron Johnson and the Franklin Motorsports crew over Macha. And then this here, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all still heavily under debate, but Jaden Francisco leads that group for now.
A mirror image of what happened to poor Santi Orioli in the second heat yesterday. He just was on the outside with nowhere to go. Up at the front though, we've got a battle. It's Cameron Johnson, Maxwell Matcher, Franklin Motorsports, Paralin, then Francisco already trying to bridge the gap all on his own in 3rd, and then pretty much everybody else there battling over 4th. A huge clump of go-karts heading down, chasing down the leader, led by Dominic Gaddis. Di Janeiro running in P5. Then it's Clayton Stiles for the Mike Doty Racing team. Paxton Romero, Jake Manalio, Daniel Dragunov, Oscar Guswundale, Eric Wachakowski, Dor Ehrlich, Santi Orioli, P13. There he is already making moves in the number 103 cut. The Orioli, it's the MPG Motorsports livery, but it's the OKP team. There's a connection between the two of them. How far up can Orioli make it? Hey, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. It's a long 20-lap race. And if these 3 karts now start battling, Orioli has the pace to potentially make it back to the front. He's already gained another 4 places, Xander.
Yeah, what a great comeback drive in the works already for Santiago Orioli. We'll keep tabs on it here, and he is right now the biggest fan of the color pink. If Jaden Francisco can get up there and split apart Maxwell Macha and Cameron Johnson, that would buy him time to be able to pick apart the rest of the field and move forward. But for now, it is still a half-second gap. We'll see if it closes at the line. It's actually closed all the way to nothing, and a position change. Francisco to 2nd, a little gap for Maxwell Macha as he chases the win here. And we go down to pit lane with Alex with our most recent Wisconsin Grand Prix winner, Jake Drew.
Jake, that's got to be up there with race of the year thus far. Where does that rank amongst wins for you in karting?
In karting, it's got to be one of, if not the biggest win. I've been wanting one of these pro national wins for a long time at these big series, USPKS, Pro Tour. I didn't get these as a kid. Formula Works and GFC gave me a great opportunity to come out with our driver. And sometimes I feel like I'm missing that little piece of a win to share info with our drivers. So I'm super stoked to finally click one of those off, and I can't wait to get through scales and hug the whole team and be happy all together.
You told me before the interview here, out of a wooden box. How good does it feel? You guys shipped your stuff here, 10 by 20 crate, pretty much put some stickers on it and said go. How good does it feel to make it happen like that?
It feels amazing. I get to work full time in the shop and help be part of the preparation of everything, and I take a lot of pride in our work and all of our drivers, and hope that we all do well. So to show the product off like this with a 1-2 is just phenomenal, and I can't wait to keep going the rest of the year. And thank you to Jesus and P1 Engines for the great power, and everybody else involved that makes this all happen.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you, guys.
Jake Drew, as he mentioned, he'd been hunting a checkered flag at one of these majors for quite some time, and now he has got one for the team that has put their full weight and support behind him, amongst many others, to continue to build that full in-house American brand led by Gary Carlton. And I'm sure if not watching along in the busy workday those guys have, Sonny Cervelli, Tony Saragusa, Mr. Formula Works, who's here this weekend supporting the likes of Kaminsky and Drew, got to be stoked and are following along and cannot, as Jake mentioned, wait for that hug either on the other side of the scales. But they're still under review for a number of things. For now, Mini Swift, well, we'll see if they end up suffering the same fate, because what looked to be a potential runaway is slowly shaping up to maybe not be. Obviously, we touched on Francisco. He's now since gone to the lead while we were side by side looking on the left side of the screen. Macha back to second, Johnson third, and in the exchange, got another driver that's starting to sniff the draft. Jake Manalio, Jaden's Nitro Kart teammate, in fourth there in the white helmet in fourth, right in between the group. And then this group here, Santi Orioli with another pass, this time on his teammate Dominic Gaddis. That's sixth. He's already back and can almost taste the pack as he rolls up to the back bumper of Enzo De Janeiro.
And De Janeiro looks over his shoulder, gives him the signal. I don't think that Santi Orioli is going to or should work with anyone. If anyone wants to push him, if they can, go for it. Santi, as we got a new leader, Santi has so much momentum right now, he could drag a horse and cart up to the front of this field. He's got the mist, the red mist is down. He is going to be absolutely spitting feathers because he has a fast kart. He can win. He went off at the start. But then again, what happened to Jake Drew in the middle of that KA100? He spent a bit of time on the grass, came back to win. Why not 2 out of 2 in terms of races? Why can't Orioli do the same? He's got 13 laps to do it, and he's caught the lead group. The number 151 of Daniel Dragunov is trying to make it an 8-kart train, but we've got a 7-kart battle for the lead. We've got a new leader. His name is Jaden Francisco. We got a new second-place driver. His name is his teammate, Jake Manalio.
Indeed, and behind him, they're getting a little bit more space now. We can see already Macha, they're making that move at 2A. Orioli as well, picking some more pieces up as Cameron Johnson fades into the background. And it's De Janeiro into the top 5. Dominic Gaddis even able to follow suit. So big changes here in this group, but there's still a lot more racing to go. Alexander Searle, a bit of an update for us. What can you tell us?
Driver that sits 7th now, Cameron Johnson for the Franklin Motorsports machine, Merlin, under review for a jump start.
Oh, wow. So outside of the front row, Cameron Johnson for Team FMS, the Wisconsin-based group that they've headed up now karting schools here at the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex at Road America to allow up to groups of 10 at a time be able to try out the sport that we have grown to know and love, Henry. Yep. And under the tutelage of 2 of some of the most experienced and talented drivers here this region has produced over the last couple decades. Jamie Saraki, Mr. Franklin Motorsports, and that Saraki family-owned operation for quite some time, as well as Steve Welk, who even in that KA Senior race, along with Chris Wareheim, was on the list to compete. He and Jamie went out there and ran in that class earlier this month at the Route 66 event. They've obviously got a big stake in this place. They want it to continue to grow and flourish, as does the racetrack and the fantastic crew here. But unfortunately for them, Cameron Johnson, as exciting as it was for his heat wins yesterday, to be able to get them to their feet, this might take the wind out of the sails if it does trigger anything. Again, that was just a moment of hearing that they are under review, but no penalties are confirmed that we know of, so we will stay where we are and maybe take one more look back at that start later on. But halfway in, halfway home, even more changes as I was concluding a little bit of all of that here, Henry, with Johnson now having another driver joining in.
Yeah, because the number 151 car, the third of the factory parallel entries, Daniel Dragunov, the Dragon Wagon, is rolling. Johnson repasses Dominic Gaddis. Of course, Cameron Johnson won't know anything about him being under investigation. He is just keeping his head down and rolling. He's not giving up. He's dropped back. Now he's working back forward. He's got a good run on our pole sitter, the driver he shared that front row with, Maxwell Matcher, because Matcher in turn has slipped back, but the top three have broken away. And after going across the grass and dropping down to 15th place on the opening lap, we're on lap 11 now, and number 103, Santiago Orioli, is into third position and is pushing or drafting with the two, Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro, the number 130, let's have a look, yeah, the Nitro Kart chassis of Jaden Francisco and Jake Manalio. And also, if you like these little bits of trinkets, when Orioli went off yesterday in the grass, the driver that put him in the grass unintentionally, completely, was Jake Manalio, because Jake Manalio had his chain come off and Orioli's on the outside. Now Orioli and Manalio, two recovery drives, are back up at the front. Let's have a look back at the potential issue at the start that Cameron Johnson faces.
Yeah, again, he started on the outside of that front row alongside Maxwell Macha. You can see he nosed ahead, and they have that set start box earlier on before the track bends at turn one, and not only was a nose ahead, but obviously he was fully clear out of one, on the run up to 2A and 2B. The head-on shot doesn't quite tell it. That's what we looked at from the live angle, but right here you can see as they roll past those red barriers and they get closer to Porter, I imagine the first orange cone might be the start zone, or plus or minus.
I mean, it doesn't matter if it was the first or the 15th cone, unfortunately. And I mean, we're just, hey, everything that we say on
all
this broadcast
speculatory and unofficial.
Is unofficial.
Indeed.
The series have their own cameras, their own things they work off to decide anything judicial. But, you know, Johnson was second on the grid and was first to the line.
Now let's talk about, again, the gaps there shown and the positions gained and lost. Talking on the opposite end, Jake Manalio, he rolled from 9th, and that young man is up a net gain of 7 with a shot at the win. It would be a huge day for Jake Manalio if he could best his teammate in Jaden Francisco and OKP's Santiago Orioli, who, by the way, again, the MPG OKP Alliance driver is now in the lead pack. We thought his day might have been over with the way the start transpired through this section. The only driver to lose a number of positions off the green as he got sent into the driver's right grass on the run up to turn 3. But he has made quick work of the field. The pack stayed together long enough for him to be able to get up to the leaders, and now he's there, and even better than that, the pack has whittled back down because fourth on back continues to shuffle. They're 2 seconds and counting away from this trio.
This goes to prove what Orioli is doing in karting: never give up. It's never over until you pass the finish line. Orioli now into P2. Something remarkable, Xander. The top 9 drivers on the grid occupy the top 9 positions in the race. The biggest mover outside of that, well, Lorenzo Lopez is up from 25th to 17th, but into the top 10 from grid 15 is Camilla Canache, and she's just in front of 10th place starter Clayton Stiles. So for all the chopping and changing, we're pretty much as we were at the start of the race in terms of the lead pack is still the lead pack, even though they're in 2 packs.
Indeed, yeah, it's split apart after Dominic Gaddis, while Paxton Romero rolled from 7th and is in that group of 9, as you mentioned. He's now 4 seconds and counting back, and it looks to me like he still has enough of a cushion for the moment that if he runs some good laps, Camila right there as the leader of that duo headed through the back hairpins won't get there, but she might with the speed that she has displayed, including last lap at a 52 flat. She was even to Romero the last time around, and the young lady here also, I believe, on the OKP MPG Alliance tent. We'll confirm that as we get a closer look at her on the run up the hill to 2A and 2B. We've gotten to watch her quite a bit through 2025, and indeed there it is, the chrome and red Orioli Kart Performance colors, making it 2 of the logos full-time on our pylon inside the top 10.
Yeah, Clayton Stiles sitting right on her rear bumper, driving that Lando Norris chassis for the Mike Doty Racing team. Like you said, the alliance, there's one alliance between MPG and OKP, then there's the other alliance that was between Brandon Jarzacrack and Mike Doty. They're now separate, 2 separate organizations. It looks like the Mike Doty team deals generally with the younger drivers, Brandon Jarzacrack, Well, no.
Well, and a bit regional as well, too. Mike Doty Racing, based out of their home track would be Oakland Valley Raceway Park. Tim Hannon's place up in Cutterbackville, New York. And, of course, Brandon Jarsikrak, well, they're a full-time national operation. Doty, a very busy schedule for them this year as they have ramped up quite a bit. But for BJR, based mainly out of Trackhouse Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina, with that massive racing scene in Race City, USA, and the heart of NASCAR team, Penske, even based their IndyCar team out of there, along with, of course, he grew up in Pennsylvania and hangs out as well quite a bit in the Midwest, like we do during this time of the year for the national tour, with plenty of other venues to visit following this weekend across the Midwestern U.S. before it starts to bang down the southeast. But we do have another moment as we go back here. It looks like the issue is for potentially Oscar Gus Wonderlay.
Yep.
The Bennick driver has a loose bolt on the right side pod.
Yep.
And I think while it may not trigger a meatball until it fully comes off, it would potentially be a tech infraction once he gets to the scale line. But again, all that off of us, all speculatory. 3 laps to go. Francisco, Orioli, Manalio, all the same, and now changing here on this lap around with a group of drivers here on screen now, 4th on back. But the shuffling has begun, and Santi Orioli's drive back to the front has now hit the peak. New leader, the 103, headed to the double sticks.
It makes you wonder how far ahead Orioli would be if he hadn't have gone across the grass. Can Francisco or Manalio now work together and peg back the flying Santi Orioli? It's very difficult to make a breakaway, a single car breakaway in Mini Swift, but if anyone could do it, Orioli, who I've got to say, I have not seen him mistime a single pass. Maybe on the second lap, when he was starting his recovery, he had one bite of the cherry that didn't quite work, but everything else, he has waited, he has picked his moment, and he has been like a surgeon with his precision.
He has. We spoke to him obviously during the warm-up show earlier today, and we asked him, Haley did, what his strategy would be, how he could attack this man. He said, well, I'd love it if I could work together with one or a couple drivers, get away, and when 2 laps to go hits, then we battle it out. And he said, may the best driver win. Well, he's in the lead now. Will he win it out? They're nearly 3 wide. They are going to look to go, but Manalio thinks better of it. He slides through the chicane. Francisco with a big head of steam will get into second off of that to retake the spot he lost right here a lap ago. But that has split them apart. Orioli with a big, long look over the shoulder realizes that. He goes back to his normal line, and the pressure is on. The Canadian, the young man Jaden Francisco, can he track down Orioli with just a couple turns to go?
I spoke to Jaden this morning. He just said he feels really confident. The win at the start of the season down in Orlando in Rotax has helped him, and he's just gaining confidence all the time. He's going to need to put that to good effect there. He's going to have to set Santi Orioli up around the final corner, but it's not going to happen. Or is it drag race from the grass, the pass, the win, Santi Orioli?
What a race! Santiago Orioli, MPG Motorsports and Orioli Kart Performance with the win. Problems further back here, Daniel Dragunov. And one more as well. It looked to be Romero that was off to the wayside there as we now go back up to the leaders, but a heartbreak final lap. It allows Gus Wonderlay to get to the top 10, but Santiago Orioli wins it at the line by 96 thousandths of a second as the MPG OKP squad get ready at the scales to greet him. Our latest Wisconsin Grand Prix main event winner here in Mini Swift, from the grass to the win, Santiago Orioli, as we take one last look quickly through the top 10.
Yep, Manalio 3rd, Matcha, the pole man, 4th, Johnson, penalty or not, a solid run. Let's have a listen. There's going to be some emotion when this young driver takes his crash helmet off. That is for sure.
What the hell are you doing? What are you doing?
Santi, we talked earlier today about your strategy going into this race. You wanted a clean one. You wanted to be able to work together with your buddies. That's exactly what happened. Tell me how this win feels.
It just feels great. I really don't know what to say. I'm really happy, and yeah.
Break down that final pass to the lead for me.
I really don't know what to say.
Is there anyone that you want to thank for this win?
I want to take MPG, my mom, my dad, OKP, and yeah, that's it.
Well, I'm going to let you go and reminisce with your family on this.
Thank you.
You can see what the heat, the humidity, and combine that with the emotion of a big-time win for one very happy and determined young man. Between his teeth, the grit, the determination to come back from a start woe and recover to the race win. All paying off, and all the emotions now are just beginning to sink in. He's got a cheese cow waiting for him here. We're in Wisconsin at the Grand Prix, and every winner gets one. And Will Santi will have that. Let's see who's the next one to get it. X30 Jr. No dice on attempt number 1. It looked like it might have been okay. It was not. So they will go around again, and we'll switch over to the quick lineup here. Brady Shad gets another shot at a main event podium, a main event win from the prettiest spot on the grid. P1 for the RPG Cosmic, and Sarah Bradley, who has been phenomenal this weekend on the SCR Sodi Kart, rolls to the outside.
Lucas Palacio, like Shad, gets a second bite of the cherry alongside Bainam Abernathy on row number 2. Max Weiland, another driver that had a chance in Junior KA Junior. He's there on row 3 alongside John Antonino, Teo Salimo, and Ashton Woon. So of the top 8 drivers, it's only, I believe, Woon and Bradley who are doing the single class. They're not doing double duty. They're going to come to the line now.
Here we go. This one looks good in the lanes, nice and slow, looking for the green on attempt number 2. X30 Jr. for the Wisconsin Grand Prix is underway as they race up the hill. Oh man, a ton of contact, and Edward Kennedy around facing backwards. Someone knocked one of the loose tires, or no, one of the pieces of the Scribner barriers off. That is now going to roll nicely back down into the grass out of the way, but just like that, chaos to start our X30 Junior main, and that will shake up the middle of the field.
And those barriers do not come apart after just a small amount of contact. You can guarantee that whichever go-kart hit that is not going to be aligned in the same perfect way it was at the start. So let's talk about Brady Shad. How do you cope as a driver, a young driver? You lose a chance at the victory in heartbreaking fashion in the closing stage of the first race. You've then got to go out, refocus within the space of 60 minutes to get yourself together, to think about it, to shake that off and go again. And he's going again. John Antonino losing a position. So Shad and Palacio, although Palacio, hey, he didn't lose the KA Junior in such a heartbreaking fashion as Shad did. This is really important now. Driver psychology 101. Brady Shad. Forget about what has happened before. Focus on what is happening now.
Still so much left to unfold in this X30 Junior main, but that doesn't mean the action up front is any calm or any more calm than the end of the race. We are defending now as Lucas Palacio takes command for the first time, and Brady Shad follows. Weiland, Salamau all there. Benham Abernathy is going to get to really close on in as Palacio covers off there at 3, and they run down the hill to 4 with Max Weiland even fading low till the last possible second. So as they jump down the S's into turn number 7 here for the this time, working lap number 3, a long race and a lot of time for more to potentially unfold and change as Salamau takes over 3rd.
I was speaking to Lucas Palacio's dad last night. We were at Seedkins, the racing themed sort of restaurant and bar here in Road America, which sits on the actual main street of Elkhart Lake, which once was the original racetrack here. It ran through the town. Let's have a look back at the start. Who clipped that barrier? The first, it was in the middle of the pack there. Oh, it was, well,
Murphy.
Woon went across the grass there. I think it might have been Murphy, like you said. Nate Golseth also involved there. So we'll see how, if they can recover or whether they sustained any damage. Now, Lucas's dad, he said he might have to miss this race because he's racing his USF 2000 car on the main track. He says he knows where he'd rather be, but hey, Lucas is just going to do his thing at the head of the pack. But then he can watch it on the big screens, the Jumbotrons, all the way around there. But Mr. Palacio, not while you're driving, please. Eyes on the road, 2 hands on the wheel. You know the drill.
That's it, right. He wants to hopefully just head back over if he was on track and see that there's another piece of equipment to take home in the suitcase.
Yep.
Specifically one that says a number 1 on it. But to do that, Lucas Palacio's got a lot of drivers he's going to have to beat. Brady Shad now one of them, and the newest one to go back to the lead as the 765 takes us back down the S's once again. Palacio was able to slot into second, but there's company on the way. Sarah Bradley is there in the black and white Speed Concepts Racing Sodi. Here she goes inside and through on Salamau, P4 for the young lady. Salamau back to 5th, and looking on is Abernathy. Ashton Woon is there. Luca Popescu follows him. Antonino and Nate Golseth actually now all the way up to 7th on that lap around. A big improvement for the 726.
We've got 23 karts now in this race. Yesterday we were only starting 22. Jackson Elefante, who was down to 2 classes, didn't race Junior X30 yesterday. It was just too much for him, but he's going out today because there's only one event. Instead of, he would have had to race 6 times yesterday, he's only going to do it twice. I was speaking to Alan Isambard, and he was saying that Jackson, he's young, he's still only 12, but he's fast. But he hasn't really got the courage yet to start making moves. He'll sit behind drivers. There's a driver making a move. That's the number 758 of Sarah Bradley. She's not shy when it comes to sticking her nose at the inside of a rival to make a pass. But, you know, Jackson Elefante, he's got to learn now, hey, you know, sometimes you've got to bite the bullet and just go for it. And make the pass. If it goes wrong, it goes wrong, but that's how you learn. As up at the front, it's Brady Shad, Palacio pulling away. Bradley, Abernathy, Weiland, and Salamau.
Down the hill once again with the biggest gaps that we've seen so far in X30 Jr. Brady Shad off of what a quick turnaround he had to have had, I imagine, in the RPG tent, and going to see his family off the heartbreaking moment with just 2.5 laps to go, running 3rd, fighting inside the top 5 in the pack that had a shot at the win in KA Jr. And then just after that race, you only have 2 races off. 2 races that even then, that time window is smaller. He's got to roll through the scale line, go back to the tent, then find a way to dig deep and reset, and then go back to the grid and wait during Mini Swift to race again. Now he leads here as we check back in with some of the progress. Parker Ives had a day to forget yesterday. He's up 6 spots already, and I believe that might have been 7, as he's now gotten himself into the lower teens. His teammate up in front of him, Aston Wyatt, a fellow X30 Jr rookie, just there in 14th as of last time around. Ahead of them, another driver had a terrible day yesterday, the Iturriaga brothers. Hector Iturriaga started 22nd. He was 13th at the line. I don't know if that was the driver they were able to work past, but if so, that would still be a good net gain regardless to this point over just the first 8 laps. We'll see what happens as 9 comes across the line now. And you can see John Antonino, Nathan Golseth here on screen are trying to hunt down Ashton Woon and the next group in front of them.
Now, a lot has been said about Parker Ives making his Junior X30 debut this weekend, and of course Parker has tested the car for this weekend. One driver is sitting in a Junior X30 for the very first time here. He's actually sitting in a full-size go-kart here for the very first time, and that driver is the number 721. Aston Wyatt for Ryan Perry Motorsport. He's actually 1 place in front of Parker Ives at the moment. I think he's just been passed. There is the 701 of Matteo Calderon working his way to try and pass Luca Popescu. But Aston Wyatt spoke to his dad last night. It's his first time in a full-size chassis, let alone a Junior X30 field. I also met Aston White's dog called Fensky, who's a lovely golden retriever. Apparently he's a very good boy. There we are. Moving on. There's Aston White, and look at that. You know, holding his own, doing a good job. His dad said, yeah, you know, we had 2 decent results, and then we had a result that you expect from somebody that in the thick of the action, that he made a couple of mistakes and, you know, sort of dropped himself down the order. But looking at that, he's got clean air. We're on lap 10. In 2 laps, he'll have done his heat. Then we'll see how young Aston White, the driver out of Huntsville, Texas, copes. Oh.
Grayson Walcott, the Paralyn driver, into the scale line early exit for the 744, and you can see the reason why. The right rear bumper bolts have broken for the Paralyn USA driver, so he ends up right there in the scales, and his weekend ends with a 23rd place finish and a DNF right before halfway. Let's take a look at the replay here. Right here, look at this, right on the groove. Look for the racing line right here as they go through the differences between the likes of Palacio and Chad, how Brady kind of weaved back and forth to make sure that he got the exit he needed to run up the hill. And the difference is, of course, in how aggressive you want to fly those curbs. It's risky. Most of the drivers you're seeing on the racetrack are running with extra protection for all the moving pieces, especially on the back end of the go-kart, to compensate. The likes of, obviously, at most racetracks, you think first, save the frame rails, the metal tubing. You don't want to flat bottom it, so you'll put some extra pieces of rubber or metal underneath that. If those get knocked sideways, that can drag. We saw, of course, the floor tray altogether, but those will bolt to, dragging for Max Weiland earlier this weekend. Then, of course, you add on the fact that on the rear end assembly, they have those plastic sprocket cover guards that mainly is the chain guard to keep if the chain ever were to come off to not go up and strike the driver in the right arm. But they'll typically run the sprocket guard as well, an extra piece of plastic that or rubber that will bolt on, or potentially metal, on both sides of the rear gear that's connected to the axle, so that way if they do flat bottom or scrape out on the bottom of the track or the curbs, it's the rubber that shaves away and not the teeth on the rear gear.
Personally, when it comes to the main event, I like the way that Luca Palacio did it. Curb it and be damned. And because it's the main event and everything is on the line. But you're exactly right, Xander. These drivers have so much to think about, you know, in terms of the equipment and how they're taking the corner, when they risk it, when they got. It's not just accelerate,
right, because
brake,
they have
steer.
to know. And the mechanics as well. There's been weekends where I remember one specific race in particular, a longtime driver that had many races against the likes of Brandon Lemke, Zach Holden at NOLA Motorsports Park years ago, another track with a lot of curbs. They struggled on Saturday. They took the chassis frame rail guards off to let the go-kart metal flex a little bit, have less pieces bolted to it. He won the next day and had a phenomenal drive. So, I mean, the driver obviously has to know what is on or off, how aggressive they can be, and communicate that and make that decision. And right now, the driver on the move, the driver that's aggressive, is the young lady with the yellow helmet in second. We watched, as we were talking there, Sarah Bradley make the move on Palacio. Now she has, in quick work, and just a matter of really a lap, tracked down Brady Shad there in the Ralston Performance Group colored machine, leading the way. 2 drivers that I believe would be fighting for their first national win, and it is on a grand stage here at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex at Road America, with the Wisconsin Grand Prix main event for X30 Jr. now just having 7 laps left.
7 laps to go. Sarah Bradley, again, a driver that has been knocking on the door, knocking on the door consistently, you know, but hasn't managed to break through. We're going to rack our brains. We're going to consult the book of Emery Lyder to try and think who was the last female driver to win a main event in the U.S. National Karting Tours around the thing. We're going to have to really go back.
The last one, funny enough, would go back to a driver that drove for RPG, Hannah Greenemeyer. Hurricane Hannah was potentially the last one on our tour, covered back, I think it would have been 2021, or yes, 2021. Hannah Greenemeyer was the last overall winner. And when you go to the US Pro Kart Series history, I believe you may have to go all the way back to the likes of Ashley Rohero Butcher, the multi-time decorated champion that came out of that fantastic graduating class out of Ocala Grand Prix that has the likes of NTT IndyCar Series driver Kyle Kirkwood, Oliver Askew, obviously Top Speed Concepts Racing talent, Austin Garrison, and even Ryan Norberg had a few race weekends with the OGP squad. But actually, I'll stand corrected. There's one in between. It was Ashley's understudy, Brooke Nachtman in KA100 Sr at Trackhouse Motorplex in 2019, her home race. She, I believe, is going to be rooting on her boyfriend, Paulie Massimino. I know her father, Chris, has been a huge supporter of us, and I hope they've enjoyed the coverage that they've been able to potentially see this weekend. She's well involved in the sport still around the racetrack. She's actually had her own business she's launched past her driving career, producing the likes of merchandise for many of the teams here in the paddocks, t-shirts, hats, and the like. And so I'm sure she would love to see another rising girl star take her first checkered flag here today, and Sarah Bradley has a chance. But again, another story, of course. Brady Shad, the hometown kid, and for Lucas Palacio, he's already gotten an X30 Jr win this year. To our calculations, potentially the youngest ever X30 U.S. National Race winner at the SCUSA Winter Series, at least. The only driver that would even be relatively close by a matter of months maybe would be Brent Cruz, who stood in the same seat, the same shoe, and the same support that Lucas now sits backed by Kart Republic North America and Kart Republic Factory Team this year. The Williams F1 Academy is separate with Lucas, but that same group, the Trackhouse Racing family of Justin Marks and Eric Jones, they are big on Palacio. They were big on Brent Cruz. His career is already starting to speak for itself.
Well, yes, because Lucas Palacio, he became the youngest driver in history to be signed by a Formula One Team Academy program. The driver whose record he beat, Sir Lewis Hamilton. Before Lucas, Sir Lewis Hamilton was the youngest driver. He was, I think, 11 years old when he was signed by the McLaren Formula One team. But at the moment, the youngest driver on an F1 Academy program, Lucas Palacio, is staring at the rear bumper of Sarah Bradley. And rear bumper Sarah Bradley is now looking, the front nose cone of Sarah Bradley is about to try and make a move on Brady Shad. Here we go, we're on lap number 19, 3 for the lead. The hometown hero, the fast lady, and the future superstar. Who is going to come out on top? Mad Max Wyland in fourth, Nate Golset, Ashton Woon, Mateo Salamo, 5th, 6th, and 7th, but there's some way back. Here we go!
Down the inside in turn 12, and complete. Sarah Bradley leads now with 3 laps to go as she takes them up the hill. Trying to cover the low side, she left the door open. Shad finds a way. He gets back to the point now. Here comes Weiland and Golseth, Woon, even Salamau still has a chance. Back only 2 1/4 seconds. Last time by the front straightaway. They'll be 7 deep in a moment as Brady Shad and Sarah Bradley continue to go back and forth for the lead with everyone else bearing down. Weiland got his first career U.S. National win at the second round of the U.S. Pro Kart Series this year at Trackhouse Motorplex. Followed that up, of course, with a P2. He would love another good run like that. Golseth got his first podium there. He's just been bumped off the podium now by the rookie Ashton Woon, and they'll go back and forth for 5th. As we go to the line, it's all about to unfold. Brady Shad now with a big lead as Palacio moves to 2nd, 2 to go.
Shad deliberately slowed them down. He backed up Bradley. He backed up Palacio. So the chasing group of Weiland, of Golseth, of Woon, of Salamo could catch them. They're going to trip over each other. That's a classic karting move from Brady Shad. Slow them down, let them battle, and clear off. And Brady Shad, well, Palacio is going to have to drive the lap and a half of his life. Can he close in? Now we're going to see his talent. Watch Lucas Palacio. He is going to be focused like an Exocet missile. Yellow flags waving.
Nate Golseth made the move there on Max Weiland for 4th as Bradley had to do the same that Shad did moments ago to battle on the inside. There is a look at Brady Shad's father on the left of your screen. You can see the nerves, the emotion, just hoping at this point, no mistakes. He's trained for this. He's practiced all weekend and had to recover mentally from what a downbeat moment it was right here where it all went awry in KA Jr just less than an hour and a half ago. and a kid that grew up less than 30 minutes down the road in Plymouth, Wisconsin, with friends and family in tow, has the biggest lead he has ever seen in his budding national career. He's been close before, but today, at home, Brady Shad wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix.
I'm here with Brady Shad's dad. I was able to talk to you last night. What an incredible drive, truly, to show up on the national scene, first race, an X30 Jr, and to get the win done with such a margin. What does this mean to you guys as a family?
Our first USPKS race was here in Micro Swift. He got the pole, second place. Been chasing years. My heart, RPG, his mother, myself, Millwright Racing, Mike McPherson, you guys are amazing. You've made this happen for me. And Brady, I don't have words to say how proud of this young man I am. He raced phenomenally all weekend long. He made a lot of eyes open up, and I can't say enough about Brady. Love this guy. Love my son. He's so proud.
He's a great kid. I mean, what do you think he's feeling right now? I know emotions are so high for you guys.
I think he's just so happy. KA was rough. I had to have a long talk with him and just say, hey, head up, no big deal. You raced a great race, and he redeemed himself. I was really worried, but I think he's in the right place right now, and so proud of him.
Coming into this weekend, did you anticipate that Brady would have this kind of pace?
No, not at all. In KA, yes, we expected to be good, but his debut in X30, I'm not going to lie, I was nervous. The temperatures, running 2 classes. We were just here to have fun in X30 and an experience, and for him to win is just mind-blowing.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Hale. Thank you. Thank you, Kart Chaser.
Back green and racing in KA Masters. We'll keep an eye on this as we will have to probably work our way through a swarm of people as a swarm of dust kicks up there at the back by Junaid Dean here in KA100 Master presented by Nash Motorsports. But what a moment. You can see obviously behind those shades a lot of emotion, and it's just such a, again, you could see when once Brady got across the line and it was real and it was final, he touched his heart across his chest and he could feel it just beating, and the nerves of all the parents, all the team members, everyone who's a part of trying to get one of these karts and drivers on the racetrack. They're riding along with them and just hoping and cheering and feeling all those emotions the drivers do.
We had our camera on Brady's mum when it all went wrong in KA Jr and the heartbreak. We had a camera on his dad when it all went right. What a family moment, but I tell you what, let's speak to the man himself. Brady Shad is down with Haley Donaldson.
Brady, it obviously did not go as planned in KA Jr as you were hoping, but to show up in the X30 Jr national scene, your first time around, and to win, what does this mean to you?
So much. I'm thankful of my dad for asking me to try X30. It means the world to me to actually win. I haven't podiumed in USPKS since 2020. I'm so happy with my.
Brady, what did you think going into this weekend? Were you anticipating this?
No, not at all. I mean, it's my home track, but usually in the heat I don't do that good, but I proved myself wrong, so wrong.
Walk me through those last couple of laps. What did it look like for you?
from like I think 3 to go, Lucas and Sarah were on me, so I had to start blocking, and Lucas started white lining, so I kind of got away, and I was really happy with myself. Yeah.
Specifically on those last couple of laps, what was the moment that you looked back and you realized, I've got this in the bag?
A little bit after 2 to go.
Thank you, Brady.
Thank you so much.
What a moment for Brady Shad, and again, it will only just begin to set in as this day wears on and the celebrations can begin for that young man and the entire family and friends and all those watching along at home. A new winner and a hometown winner at that here at the Wisconsin Grand Prix on main event number 5. We've just begun main event number 6. Let's give you a little bit of an update of how things have gone so far in the first couple of laps in KA100 Master. Carlos Calderon leading the way down to Mateo Calderon. Mateo's still probably in the scale line right now, watching his father from that junior race earlier here. And Carlos, the only last second entry in the class, joining the fray and borrowing the suit and the helmet from Alex Speed. He had a bit of a moment in Heat 1, but then turned it around with a great end of the day and a great battle with Adam Kreppen. Led most of the laps in Heat 3 and a great run to the line where Kreppen just barely got a nose out in front. And behind them now, Martin Stone, who looked really good in the morning yesterday, maybe not as strong in the afternoon, is good again here as we approach 12 p.m. local time. And let's also, again, capture this moment right here too. Brady Shad and his father, his mom, his family. He's a race winner at the US Pro Kart Series. And this is what it all is all about and what it all builds up to.
And you know what? As a father, as a dad, a sporty dad myself, I know that feeling. I know the pride that his dad has. I know the connection they have. It's a wonderful, wonderful moment. It's quite emotional. But let's not shy away from what's this on the circuit just for a moment, because of all the classes, of all the races we've had here this weekend, the closest finishing margin has come in this class. Adam Kreppen took the lead at Heat 3 yesterday with about 20 meters to go over Carlos Calderon. As Martin Stone
oh, look at that.
Don't drop him.
Easy, fellas.
But then that's drivers, that's his rivals, and people in the same team. Driver coaches from different operations with different jumpers on and things like that. But up at the front, Calderon, he hasn't won a race yet this weekend. Stone has won a race, and Kreppen has won 2. Behind them, Eric Schumacher runs 4th. Then it's Scott Falcone and Junaid Din. How many go-karts do you need to make a good race? The answer is 2. Well, in this case, 3. We've got plenty of time to go. And Martin Stone, who had that incident in the first race, almost ripped his kart, came back, won the second race, and he was strangely off form in the third race. I was wondering whether they did the calculations. They're like, okay, look, the best we're going to start is 3rd. We're going to just start 3rd. Do whatever we do to make sure we start P3.
Yeah, and that's all that he needed, right? A great start for him, cleanly through the 2A, 2B chicane. With not a lot of go-karts on the racetrack, it's really tough to be able to manage the session itself if you're off pace. But if you do have a downbeat moment, a downbeat heat race, a downbeat qualifying, well, it's obviously easier to recover, less traffic to get through. And it only was 1 so far he had to pass to get to where he's at currently. It's only 1 more, and he'll be the leader. This is Eric Schumacher back there in the 4th spot for Team FMS. He has spent most of his weekend battling with Scott Falcone's Pontino chassis with Ursuline Racing backing him. But they have been not the same pace in the first 7 laps so far of this main. He's got a couple seconds to boot back to Scott, and then Junaid Dean a couple more seconds down the road. So these 3 are the ones close together. The other 3 of the 6 we have, well, they are all in races on their own, evenly spaced out at a couple seconds apiece. And for those joining us now asking, is there more of the action? Well, we do have 1. And it's the big one with a massive, massive payday here on the line. X30 Pro coming up at the end of this KA100 Master. We'll, of course, be able to check in with some of those drivers as this race begins to unfold and get set to close out the Wisconsin Grand Prix.
It's only one race to go, but it's going to be the case of, will Ryan Norberg finally get that win over Joe Turney in the main event? Is it going to be today? It's kind of the money is one thing, but the storyline that's been developing here in the US over the last 2+ years, Turney v Norberg, the latest installation is tomorrow. Is today going to be the day where the streak between the two is broken?
It could be. It could very well be the day here. KA Master now with Norberg's teammate, Martin Stone, taking over, and maybe with the pace that he's shown and how defeated it felt like the drivers mentally were that were right nipping at his heels on the pylon yesterday, he definitely enters Sunday with, I'd imagine, a good night's rest and a lot of confidence to try and pull off the win. It would be a clean sweep of the weekend sessions. It would also be a clean sweep of all 3 mains so far, and it would absolutely lock him as the unofficial champion with still a full round to go off the drops in the championship. In fact, it would probably require a DNF finish for anyone to be remotely close to trying to take the #1 plate into 2026, not named Ryan Norberg. He has been that strong, that consistent over the 2 opening rounds of the year, the Daytona Super Prix in Daytona Beach in mid-March, and of course the Carolina State Grand Prix at Trackhouse in May. And now here, before the summer has really even fully gotten going, he might be able to lock up a record-setting number of titles with still a great shot as well at the SCUSA Pro Tour in a month's time before we get to that finale. But again, that's all still to play for and still to arrive. For now, we're headed for the halfway mark, 11 down and 11 to go, and his teammate Martin Stone, having taken the lead a few laps prior, makes a quick adjustment here on the carburetor and is starting to try and build a small advantage.
Yeah, Martin Stone being passed now by Carlos Calderon. Calderon gets his line a little bit wrong there through turn number 2. Jack Marshall, who will be overseeing Martin Stone's kart this weekend for the RPG group, will be watching on his first time here, I believe it's his first time here working out in the US. But you've got 2 of the big powerhouses, Speed Concepts Racing and RPG, running 1 and 2. But then you've got this unique green livery machine of Adam Krepin, BSR. That stands for Bob's Son Racing. Why is that? But because, well, Adam's dad is called Bob, and everything is about Bob's son. But then again, Bob walks around with a hat on saying that Adam's dad. It's a family joke that goes back years. I think it was Adam Sager's his sister brought back a T-shirt just saying, you know, that this is she's Bob's daughter, and then the whole family started wearing, you know, bits of clothes saying, oh, you know, I'm Adam's sister, you know, I'm so-and-so's brother. There he is, Bob's son, and it's just stuck. The graphics on the front are of Bob, retired engineer, knows best. He was trying to put graphics on the side of the fuel tank yesterday of his dad's boat race, which I'm sure is good and funny, but you can just about see great camera work there. You can just about see, and it's not Bob's smiling face, he's looking like a retired engineer, pretty upset about life. But yeah, it's a really good fun family joke that the Krepins can bring to the racetrack every single time. And that's a nice story, because this is the class where, let's be fair, nobody is dreaming of being a professional racing driver. They want to do this as a competitive hobby, in the round work. They want to race at the highest level they can, at the biggest stage they can, and say that they're running for a national championship, you know, with their businesses, with their families, you know, with the day-to-day life taking, you know, so you have fun while you do it. You get the biggest characters of all in Masters, you know, and I'm not talking about biggest as in the waistline, although that is also true. It's a, yeah. Yeah.
to hop in and for what has been his toughest weekend to date, the hottest conditions, absolutely, for Carlos Calderon to jump in, and on the last second with a borrowed helmet and borrowed suit, and he put to the test like this, the pressure's on.
I mean, you mentioned about Adam Crappin going jogging, which is a terrible habit. You know, you might hurt your ankles doing that. And we're watching the top three as we boil down. Let's have a quick word with Paulie Massimino before we come back to see out the closing stage of this one. Haley, take it away.
Here with Paulie Massimino. Clearly, Paulie, you've had a pretty good weekend thus far. You're rolling off P1 for the final. Tell us about it.
Rolling off P3, not P1.
P3, not bad.
Yeah, we'll see. Warm-up seemed to go decent, so yeah, I mean, all we could do is hope for the best.
Yeah, Paulie, I mean, tell us about yesterday. Have you felt any changes in the track?
Yes and no. Honestly, I felt like the most change we felt was today. It seemed like the track gained a little bit of grip, maybe from the drift guys or whoever those guys were, but definitely seemed to have a little bit more grip this morning than it has all weekend.
It's really, really hot today. I think it's a lot worse than it was yesterday. Do you feel like that's going to impact your performance at all?
Physically, I don't think so. The heat is not too bad, I don't think. I feel like at home it's a lot worse, so I drive a lot in the heat, so I feel like I should be okay.
Thank you, Paulie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paulie. Thank you, Haley. P3 on the grid for Paulie Massimino. He was very close to the main event win in Daytona at Trackhouse Motorplex. Obviously a KA Senior win and a decent run altogether. But this weekend, P3, a safe starting spot with that chicane on the inside, and an inside move there back for second. As while we were chatting with Paulie Massimino there now, with coming to 3 to go at the line, Martin Stone, a big whoa here for his hopes at the win, as he has entered this lap 19 with a less than 2/10 margin to the leader, and now he'll end it and start lap 20 back in third behind Kreppen and over a second away. And hard to say exactly if that will only get worse here in the final few laps, but Carlos Calderon, the last second decision to join the grid for KA100 Masters presented by Nash Motorsports, now has an 8/10 lead with 2.5 laps to go to maximize it and potentially get the win. Let's go down to Martin's teammate here, looking on, I'm sure, and trying to get a last read on anything else with the racetrack. Ryan Norberg will roll from pole in X30 Pro.
Thank you, Xander. Ryan, I asked Joe yesterday, does he feel like this is the weekend where he's probably struggled the most in comparison to you? Do you feel like this is your best chance to go out there and beat him?
I mean, it's a good chance we have to win. I think, honestly, it's just about winning and beating whoever. I think, we have a strong kart. And if we can stay out of trouble, then we should be able to stay up front. So I think, honestly, for us, it's more about just making sure we get the win. It's not about anybody in particular.
I have to ask the question, though, right? Because we know you versus Joe, right? Is that on your mind at all, him starting on the outside of you?
Not really. I mean, like I said, the one that I feel is like our biggest contender is Hayden. I think Hayden's really the quickest one, just because we have the data, so I can see where he's at. So I'm more. I mean, I'm worried, not worried. You're paying attention to everybody, but I think the one right now is Hayden. Has got some speed.
You didn't struggle yesterday from the lead of the race. I couldn't help but notice a lot of dust clouds being thrown out throughout the heat races yesterday. Was it tough leading the race, not knowing where there's going to be dust on the racetrack?
It is tough, but, I mean, it's tough for everybody. It's not like, I go through the corner and I slide, and they can kind of race a little bit before you. But in the end, you'd always rather be up front, so there's that. It's part of leading the race. You just got to deal with it.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Ryan Norberg. And while Ryan was talking, Carlos Calderon has opened up an advantage over Adam Kreppen and Martin Stone. Kreppen, though, who knows this circuit like the back of his hand, isn't done yet. He's dragging Stone up with him. They're going to run out of time. We've had wins for Stone, wins for Kreppen in the heats, and Carlos Calderon saves his first win for the last, and Calderon wins KA Masters 100. You could see family celebrating. Well, I gotta say, He's going to be giving his son Mateo some grief on the way home. How do you do, son, today? Oh, have you got a trophy? Is it as big as my trophy? Don't think it is. There we go. Alex, as we look at the results, Carlos Calderon, Adam Crepin, Martin Stone, your podium, then Eric Schumacher, Scott Falcone, Junaid Din, the pride of Pakistan, rounds out the field. But Alex Searle is going to speak to Joe Turney.
If you couldn't get enough of starting on the outside, you're on the outside again today. This time on the outside of row number 1. Do you feel like it's going to help you out at all?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how good of a run we get. Hopefully I get some help up the straight from behind, and then we'll see. It's a long race. Obviously the first corner's not super important. We want to have a good run, but the race is pretty long.
Throughout the heats yesterday, you had to at some points make moves, with Paulie, with Garrison and other drivers. This time around, if you can get through cleanly and you're behind Ryan off the jump, do you feel like it's going to help your chances here in this one?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we don't want to be losing too many places off the start. If I have to lose a couple, that's fine, because I think we'll get back through. But yeah, it's a bit of a balance. We need to have a good start and a good first few laps, but we also don't want to cook everything.
The pace wasn't there for you in the KA class. Was that something that the track caught you off guard? Do you have issues there?
No, we found a failure with a part in the engine, so yeah, sucked.
Did you learn anything from the way the track kind of handled in that one to kind of develop into this one?
It looked like the track was fast, so nothing too crazy. Obviously, the track will be dirty after the first lap, and then after that, it's foot down from there.
Thanks, Joe.
All right.
Well, final words from Joe Turney. Ever since the start of 2023, when this young Englishman from Milton Keynes turned up on the US Pro scene, he and Ryan Norberg have done battle. There are other members of the cast. They're not supporting actors and actresses, but the facts remain that it's been Turney generally in victory lane. Norberg has yet to beat him in a main event, a fact not lost on Ryan, a fact that Ryan has mentioned himself on several occasions. But we've got one more interview to go before we get the command and run through the starting order. Alex Searle is with Maverick McKenna.
Got everything on this time around. I mean, we're rolling off about mid-pack here. How are we feeling heading to this main event?
I think we feel good, I think pace has been strong all weekend. We've had some struggles on quali and the second heat, but I think we stay consistent. We can be looking at a good finish.
Thank you, Maverick.
Every other driver. Okay.
There you have it. X30 Pro getting set to roll from the grid here. As we can see, the drivers have gotten into their go-karts, and 22 laps on tap for them as we get set to run through the starting lineup once again for this main event. A quick recap as well. We talk about big payouts. Well, USPKS has upped the ante. Starting back at round number 2, 100% of their entry fees go into the overall purse and the total pot. Starting with, of course, the 10K base package of $5 to win, 21 entries in total. Let's begin it off here with the driver who today, off a great run, could potentially clinch a record-setting number of U.S. Pro National Championships. Ryan Norberg is 2 for 2 on main so far. He's a clean sweep of this weekend till now, and we will watch as the Rollins Performance Group Cosmic gets set to lead your field to green. The Orlando, Florida native is ready.
But the one driver that Ryan has never managed to beat is Joe Turney. There he sits on the outside of row number 1, the runner-up in last year's FIA World Karting Championship.
Paulie Massimino's ready to go. You heard from him, locked in fully. He is ready, steely-eyed and all. After KA main event, saw him start from the same spot. He had a good start, good run, ended up with some hardware. Let's see if he can do it again from the inside of row 2.
Always quick with a joke and a funny line. There's no joking now. Austin Garrison goes from the outside of row number 2 for Speed Concepts Racing.
Row number 3 on the inside. Hayden Jones has been so fast from the moment that we arrived here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. He had everybody on notice. And the RPG driver, even by Norberg, mentioning on the poll that he could be the one to watch out for. He rolls from 5th.
And how about someone who flies under the radar? He's got a rocket on his race suit. Has he got a rocket underneath his right foot? It's Alan Isambard for the Rocket Racing Company.
Moving to the end of the top 10 here, Davin Roberts, the youngest driver by far. He's got a lot of height. He doesn't look too young. He's ready, excited. The RPM Tony Kart is just about set to be able to get after it now as they are ready to roll from row 4. And to his outside, ZCD Zachary Clayman DeMello, the Canadian for Velocity Racing Sodi. Yeah, he wants to go to the front. He's ready. He's dialed in the orange and black colors for ZCD. Will roll from position number 8. Back on row 5. Down on the inside, the number 311 Rawlson Performance Group, Cosmic of Henry Lepard. He'll have to get a little bit further up to get to see the rest of his teammates before this race gets underway for the win. And to his outside, driver who had to start dead last in all the heat races yesterday, Enzo Montien for the SLA Kart Racing Squad, P10 here for the 350, the X30 Pro rookie.
How fast is Enzo at the front? We don't know. He started every race from the back yesterday. Then we got Brian Garcia, Quentin McPherson, and as we head down the order, the number 306 Alex Nowich, then Maverick McKenna, Ming Yang Zhu, and Lillian Scarborough round out the top 8 rows of a 21-strong grid.
You go finally to the last couple of starters there with Matias Gonzalez on the outside of Michael Boyadzis, Joseph Hewitt, and Kyler Chisholm. And starting at the tail end of this 21-driver field, competing for upwards of potentially $15,000 in total in prizes through the top 6 finishers. Levi Sangera for the Energy Corsa Americas squad. The number 335 is ready. 21, and they all line up behind a couple of 20-year-olds. Newlywed Ryan Norberg, set to be a father later this year. His life has been on speed dial in 2025, and he has been on the gas as well. It's looked like the Ryan Norberg of old, where he has been so strong, so fast, so basically almost unbeatable over the course of this weekend and this year, that it has put everyone on notice. Everyone is trying everything possible to try and find that last little bit that is needed to contend with the number 302.
Each one of these 21 drivers has a brand new set of tires for this race. Whether we see the kind of race we saw in KA100 Sr with chopping and changing every lap, or whether we see a tactical race with very little overtaking, you are guaranteed to see 21 of the very, very best in this sport do battle in humid, hot, broiling conditions around a circuit that goes up and down and around and on camber that beats them up every single step of the way. They're going to navigate 22 circulations of this beautiful 1-mile course. Elkhart Lake, Road America, the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex has served up a treat so far. Is this going to be the icing on the cake?
These two drivers on your front row have a heck of a story, and today we'll add another chapter. Round 3 of the US Pro Kart Series, the Wisconsin Grand Prix is green. Big time send around the outside. ZCD gonna get fully clear of Austin Garrison and slot into 5th as AG loses another spot, and the SCR Carlos Sainz machine fades to 7th. Norberg into the top spot, Paulie Massimino into 2nd, Joe Turney 3rd, and as Ryan mentioned, the driver that he thinks might have the next best pace, Hayden Jones, has gotten away clean into 4th and putting the heat on Turney, who already covers low there going into turn 8. Let's see if he does again in 9. He does through 10, through 11. Oh man, the 316 is really pressuring Joe Turney early here. In fact, he'll cover it off in the last turn as well.
Joe Turney knows that Paulie Massimino will throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at Ryan Norberg to drag Ryan into a battle. That's why he was defending so much against Hayden Jones. But the defense has been penetrated. Jones up to 3rd now, Turney back to 4th, Commander Mello is 5th, and Davin Roberts, youngest man in the field, is 6th. Turney fights back. He knows that he cannot have another RPG kart in front of him. Massimino now has to go. Massimino cannot give Norberg any breathing space. He's putting Norberg under pressure as we speak.
Yeah, here he is. There he goes. Inside turn 11 with a heck of a send. Paulie Massimino leads at the end of lap number 2. And the North Carolina native, it's the first time since early yesterday anyone besides the 302 is the first to the line.
And now it's game on, because look at Massimino slowing things down. They've got to drag the president of Norberg Nation into a bun fight. There's no way they can let it string out, because if it strings out, there's only going to be one winner, and that's Niall Norberg and Zach Commander Mello. The new and improved Commander Mello moves up the inside of Turney. He was sideways over the curb, but the ex-IndyCar driver makes it stick.
ZCD has a lot of speed early, and of course, this weekend, speaking with him early on, how gracious he is for the opportunity that Velocity Racing Sodi have given him. He's given everything here to get into shape, to try and improve on himself after the round 2 run at Trackhouse, and he looks mighty fast right now. But Norberg, the gap was massive there by the time they ended at turn 7. He's already tracked back down Massimino, and Paulie once again is covering low, and Norberg's gonna go even lower, and they both go way wide. DeBello to the lead. Zachary Clement DeBello gets by. Into second for Turney, Garrison to third, Norberg to fourth, and Massimino, he is all kinds of vulnerable, going all the way into the marbles and dust. I thought they were headed down the embankment there, Henry.
All credit to the pair of them for not firing themselves off. Massimino doing what he had to do. Norberg understood it. He had to do what he had to do. And now we have got a real race on our hands. Joe Turney has got to try and deal with Zachary Commander Mello. This driver lead the race. He ran around Trackhouse stone last. He has gone away. He knows he has to work on himself. He's done so. This is Zach Commander Mello reminding everybody why 10 years ago he was one of the rising stars in the world of karting and even in motorsport. He has led the Indy 500, and now he's reminding all these young upstarts just who he is. And don't count out Austin Garrison, the man from Davie, Florida, is there. Norberg is fourth. This could be an absolute doozy.
Turney to the inside now in 2A. He's got the nose. Garrison's going to shove him through. He'll get to second as DeMello finds a gap in front of Norberg. He doesn't want to let him get by. Those two have had a lot of history. DeMello was suspended 2 years ago for run-ins with Ryan Norberg, and now Ryan catches him off guard in 4 and gets by. And the two of them line back up because they still, DeMello, a send and a half into 7, and it looks like maybe it's not over. Another big send. This time he couldn't get to him. Massimino is all over.
And let's have a little look at the back of this group. Alan Isambard there in the number 353. And what a schooling for Davin Roberts. Davin, I hope you've got your notepad out, young man, because you are learning from 7 of the best.
Watch for fourth right here. DeMello did not get a good exit. The leaders will stay in line. Does Massimino get by? He cannot. Roberts gets through on Hayden Jones, and they've finally begun to stabilize just a little as those two go back and forth now at the end of the train. Turney to Garrison to Norberg. These three started Joe Turney's journey here in the U.S. together as the 3 perennial frontrunners at the Winter Series in 2023 in January. And for Joe Turney, when we asked him, he knew Ryan Norberg's record as Massimino goes to 4th. He knew how good Ryan was, but he was absolutely taken aback by the equal level of talent and ability and focus and determination of Austin Garrison, who was able to break his lengthy winless streak in that same championship. And those three, the big three, if you will, in X30 Pro are 1, 2, and 3, and the fastest of them to this point in the weekend is 3rd, which means we're still in shape for a great barn burner showstopper finale.
Do you know what I love about this? This is the pro class of US karting. It's the pro class of one of the elite classes in all of world karting. And in the top 6 kart, there is not a teenager amongst them. These are all professional career kart racers. It's why we should have more professional go-kart racers. These are the experience, the show they're putting on. It's not a stepping stone, it's a sport. And these are our greatest sports athletes in karting.
Joe Turney. And yesterday, he looked weak in the start, but he was always good towards this stage of the heats. From lap 9 to lap 12, there was nobody better. He may not have been the best. He might have only been able to match Ryan at points, but he wasn't weak at all. In the first few laps, you saw a bit of that weakness still, with DeMello being able to get the better of him. And had it not been for how racy Paulie Massimino was, it could have been a classic Ryan Norberg clinic on display. But with those two going wide, having to clean their tires off of the clag and giving the rest of the field time to allow their karts to hit their peak, we've got a 4-car train. Norberg going in on Garrison. He'll take second away in turn 12. And here comes Massimino for third. A nose down low, but he won't have the slipstream. He'll have to tuck back in line. Behind him, Hayden Jones still is trying to fight his way through. He's gotten past DeMello. The next up will be Isambard, who got all out of shape in 2B. And Paulie Massimino, who was strongest through everyone else yesterday in certain points, now takes back third, and Garrison falls to fourth.
And I was talking about the age of the drivers, and just behind that lead group, tagging on the lead group, you've got an elementary school student, the youngest driver in the clash, Davin Roberts, who is he may have just turned 13, but he is the youngest driver there for Ryan Perry Motorsport. He's been coached this weekend by Brandon Carr. You know, and he calls him Sir all the time because he's such a respectful young man, is Davin Roberts. Well, Davin, respect is one thing. Now you've got to go and earn your respect amongst 7 of the very, very best. Lillian Scarborough up into 9th place. Maverick McKenna in 10th. They're only 3 seconds off the lead. Vidmontien, Lepard, McPherson, Boyadzis, Norwich, Garcia, Sanguera, Gonzalez, and the rest. All 21 drivers, Xander, still running.
Ryan Norberg, while he is a little bit faster than Joe Turney over the course to this point, I don't even know if he's the best next. It might be Massimino who's all over him. Garrison is still looking as well, but for the moment, they're putting their faith behind the 302. Let's look at the gap. That time by Norberg, 8.5 tenths out of it, and he has been in this spot before where he's had to try and track down Turney. He's got to be pressed again, and there's a mistake. A big moment for Norberg in 2A and B, and Paulie Massimino has no choice. He has to go by in 3 there. Norberg, knowing that, let him by, and the pressure now builds for Paulie. Can he be the one to track down Turney? This racetrack here, it was a part of a season in 2020, the second of the 3 rounds of the US Pro Kart Series, and in that season, Brandon Jarzakrak went on to tie Ryan Norberg's title that he set at the SCUSA Pro Tour of 4 consecutive X30 Pro championships, but Paulie was his understudy. And now, Paulie driving for Brandon's team in their first year as a fully independent operation would love nothing more at the racetrack where the two of them actually even had a little run-in right here at 2A and B to deliver a win. It would be a huge, huge statement for this program and the development that they have built over the course of really these past 18 months.
Think back to the press conference yesterday. We asked Joe Turney what he needed to beat Ryan Norberg, and he said an extra couple of tenths of a second per lap in the second half of the race. We are now in the second half of the race. This is now the stage yesterday, the second half of each race, where Norberg's setup, Norberg's package even quicker. He sets the kart up this weekend to get quicker and quicker as the race progresses. So, Turney, he may have a 7/10 of a second advantage now, but if everything goes to plan, this is where Norberg now should come into play. This is where his kart could and should be at its strongest. We have lost Hayden Jones. He slipped back to 9th. Commander Mello is 6th. Davin Roberts is up into 7th. There's money down to 5th position. 6th position. So Commander Mello is in the money, and he has got 7/10 of a second over Davin Roberts. But the big players are up at the front, and you can't count any of them out yet.
No, you cannot. Paulie Massimino last time by was 1/10 of a second better than Joe Turney. He still looks good again this lap. That gap is visually closing, and the pack along with it. We also asked the drivers yesterday, Paulie, Austin, and Joe, what it would do, what the dirtiness and the dust and debris of drivers going side by side on this racetrack and then going offline would do to the leader, and how difficult it could be to lead. And it definitely looks difficult now. That was a near 3/10 gain for that entire pack on Turney. It was over 7/10. It's less than 4.5. They are arriving on the scene. when it counts the most. This time by, it'll be 15 laps complete, 7 to go. Paulie Massimino, in this young man's storied career, he even technically, if you want to go off the structure, took a bit of a step back in 2019, and he focused all of his efforts outside of the US Pro Kart Series on KA100. In that year, he was rewarded with a Supernats title, and then after that, switched focus back in following his rookie season in 18 to the X30 Pro category especially, and he won in 21 at the X30 shootout at Miami Grands. He's won last year with the OKN main events, and he won the title, but he's never won an X30 Pro regular season or winter series or Supernats main. Today, right now, he might be the fastest of the four.
And we're getting word from Alex Searle, who's watching this trackside. He's saying that Joe Turney's kart looks like it's bogging down mid-corner. And it looks to stand to reason. The rest of them are catching him up. Mid-corner is where Turney is struggling. He cannot get the drive out. Now let's have a little look. Massimino's in the slipstream, so's Norberg, so's Garrison. Isambard's not out of this one. Commander Mello and Roberts, they're in their own private battle for the final money position. But Turney's kart now beginning to maybe grip up too much.
And he knows it. You saw him fade low there to the inside in 3. That'll stack them all up. Massimino has no choice. Norberg is right there. He didn't forget what happened on lap number 2 or 3. He will be ready to pounce as well as they all stack up. 5 deep in a line in X30 Pro, 6 to go at the line, and there could be more that join in. That is Paul Massimino, Paulie's father, watching along anxiously on the fence, trying to root his son on to see if he can put one over on the #1 ranked driver in the world on the European circuit. Joe Turney has been phenomenal. In the US, he's been unbeatable to this point. 7 consecutive mains, a year and 10.5 months that he hasn't lost a main up until the KA main, and now in X30 as well. He looks to struggle. Massimino on his heels as Garrison and Isambard have gone by Norberg.
Norberg down to 5th on lap 18 of 22. Commander Mello and Davin Roberts are closing in as well. This could be 7 of the best coming out of the West for the win in X30 Pro. And Turney, we're going to see why he is not ranked as the, well, he's not
They're going to have to spook him. They're going to have to catch him off guard. It'll have to be a major send. You saw now, Isambard with a send and a half on Norberg. It puts him back down to 4th. Paulie Massimino with 4 to go was frantically signaling, hoping Joe would turn around and say, okay, listen, I know you're worried about me, but I think we both should be worried about the rest of the field, and especially those purple and pink Cosmics, because RPG's had everyone covered to this point. And Turney, while he did kind of follow the mantra, he's now gone back to the low side, down the hill. This has been Paulie's strong suit all day.
Joe Turney does not want to engage with anybody in a one-on-one battle. There's Massimino, there's the move. Turney was struggling. Turney wanted to back Massimino up. Massimino went for it before the chasing pack got to him. Turney's kart, I think, is done. I think the setup has got away. I think now Paulie Massimino
never count out the best. I don't know. Look at this here. Down to 2A. Turney's going to force Massimino to the dirty side of the racetrack. He'll have to cover again in 3. Paulie's only shot, his best shot, is his best sector. The bottom of the S's as Norberg tries again on Isambard. Great launch there out of 3. Paulie can go back to the line barely as he sets up for the S's here. He needs a massive run down the hill to get himself fully away, and it looks like that was a good drive off. He'll go to the line. Turney cannot challenge, and now 2 to go this time, Henry.
Paulie Massimino, he's defending here, but he was confident enough in his own kart to one out and run the racing line because he didn't think that Turney had enough chassis underneath him to get there. We're going to see how it goes. They got 2 laps to go, and the top 7 are covered by 1.2 seconds with 10, 15 grand on the line.
Paulie Massimino, that'd be a big time payday for him and the BJR crew. He is not leaving a single inch uncovered out front. But again, he's in uncharted territory because he doesn't know what he can do offline. That time, able to get to the grip and run it over the curbs. Turning narrow, but he didn't lose all too much. He's lost a little now. It'll be the white flag this time. Biggest gap yet. Massimino by a car length and a half. This would be a long time in the making if he can put just one more perfect lap together. All the hard work, all the close calls, even the moment in Daytona. 1 to go. Paulie Massimino hunting for his first career X30 Pro main event win.
You may never get another opportunity to beat a field of this caliber in a race of this caliber when the stakes are this high. Turney, he doesn't know how to give up. Isambard is defending from Norberg for third position, so it's Massimino v Turney. It's one-on-one with half a lap to go. Isambard gets shown the grass down into sixth position, but Massimino can see the finish line from here.
Final couple turns, his mom and his dad watching along. Here we go. Joe Turney needs an impossible feat. He's gonna look, it will not be there in that corner, it won't be in the last turn. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix.
I'm holding mic 1.
Thank you.
Paul, I have to ask you, we saw the emotions there. What does this mean for you to see your son finally get it done in the X30 class?
Well, basically, he's beating the best in America that we race with every round. We beat a European, best in Europe, right? So I think my kid deserves some credit once in a while because I think he's a better driver than everyone gives him.
I agree with you, Paul. Thank you.
How about that? The raw emotion. We obviously apologize for the language there, but again, you can just tell it is so hard. It is so difficult at this level to pull off wins at the biggest stage. And Paulie Massimino, as Max Pappas hops the scale line fence to bow down, as Paulie can finally take a deep breath. I can only imagine the stress he was under with Turney, who's been so good at the end of these races, to be able to hit his marks, manage the gap, and now the sigh of relief as it finally can begin to sink in. He is the winner from round 3 of the US Pro Kart Series in Wisconsin.
Ready. Paulie Massimino, can you describe any way you can what this feels like right now to finally get it done at X30 Pro Senior?
Oh, it's amazing. I've been trying so hard. I've been coming so close so many times. And, you know, we've been struggling with setup all weekend and slowly making gains and gains and gains. And then finally we got there. So I was lucky. I was able to attack Norberg a little bit in the beginning, help bring everybody else in to see if we could shuffle them back a little bit. And then I actually had really good pace. So I was able to catch back up to Ryan after him and I shot off a little wide. And then, yeah, put my head down, started making passes. And then past Norberg, saw Joe was a little bit ahead, saw that his kart was maybe looked a little loose, but made slow gains, and took the opportunity when I had it.
Race aside, I mean, walk me through behind the scenes what this looks like. You, Brandon Jarscrack, the rest of the crew working so hard back in North Carolina. I mean, how much work goes into this to make this happen?
Yeah, I mean, these guys work so hard. I work so hard. My parents work so hard, so it's amazing. I'm so thankful to everyone under that tent. That's my family.
Thank you, Paulie.
Thank you.
You can hear the raw emotion and what it means in the cheering section. There is Brandon Jarscrack, team owner. And Alex, we've got a lot more to debrief on that one, and a deep breath for all the drivers through the heat and humidity. We, of course, will be getting ready to send back down to you for more if we're able to as well. Of course, the top 3 finishers will be joining us in the post-race presser. What a result, what a finale here from Wisconsin for round 3 of the US Pro Kart Series. Unofficially, it ended up as Massimino to Turney to DeMello to Ryan Norberg. Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Well, dating back to about 2021, you've won 11 in a row heat races into the mains. This is the first time you've lost in 11 straight. So what do you think it kind of went wrong there in that main?
Obviously, you know, I figured that was going to be the strategy for everybody else. But, you know, hats off to Paulie. You know, that's what you got to do. You know, when somebody's fast, you gotta shuffle them back. So, yeah, I mean, you did a good job. And, yeah, I mean, when you race out front all week, sometimes you got a kart that's good out front and struggles a little bit in the pack. And I think we were set up well out front. and it was just hard when we got behind people. You know, I moved my braking zones and stuff that it just doesn't. Yeah, we just weren't as fast as we were out front. So all in all, you know, it's just learning. You know, we got to just next time do a little better job with that. But you know, other than that, we were still quick. It's just, yeah, I mean, we just maybe a little different strategy.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Even with that, obviously so close to another big-time win. Ryan Norberg, when we talked to him after Trackhouse with the big money on the line, he said, yeah, babies are expensive. And, of course, that's a big swing from first to fourth. But at the same time, from the quick math and an unofficial estimation, with one drop weekend allotted, he should clinch the title. And, well, just ahead of him, fighting hard, tooth and nail in the final lap, ZCD. P3 at the line, Alex.
Well, Zach, you certainly made it fun for us out there, dude. How would you describe that one from your perspective?
We missed a little bit of pace. We made some changes. Maybe it wasn't the right direction, but we had to do it. You know, we weren't far off the leader, so we did what we had to try and win. Probably wasn't the right decision, but we fought hard at the end. Everyone dropped off. They fought hard. I just kind of kept my head cool and took advantage of everything that was going on around me.
Safe to say that ZCD's back?
I think ZCD's back. We'll talk with the team. Obviously, this has been an encouraging result, and I should be back and hopefully be on the top step soon.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
What a run. No better way to try and hopefully earn your keep and be able to get yourself another opportunity at it. Let's crank the tunes up and crank the recap on tap, presented by Coastal Ink Custom Printing. This race got underway, of course, with Ryan Norberg leading the field out, but Paulie Massimino knew, as everyone else had mentioned as well, he needed to bring the fight to him and bring it early and get him back. And then right here, this is where the race really became a battle. The two of them trying to drag race, banging side pods down the hill to turn number 4 and 5, and everyone else was able to break into the mix. Austin Garrison getting into third, Turney to second, and for a moment, Zachary Clayman de Mello led the way, but it didn't last long. JT was quick to try and move forward.
Yeah, and Turney couldn't quite break away. Norberg fighting because Zachary Clayman de Mello just reminding Ryan Norberg that he is back. Norberg having to fight, but like he said, he had a kart that's good up front. He tried his best. He got back into second.
And right up here is where it got tricky. This one bobble for Ryan Norberg as he was making inroads towards Turney had really opened the door for Paulie to get a shot at him. He took it and didn't look back. After that, Paulie Massimino was then the driver they were all riding along with as they fought a bit. Alan Isambard breaking up the single file train with a pass for third there. And for Paulie, it was all about trying to just inch away, get closer and closer and get by. And finally, on the last lap and a half, put together some of the best corners he has ever done to hold off the hard-charging Joe Turney, who, as you mentioned, Henry, never gives up. And for a driver, Paulie Massimino, who hardly ever shows any emotion in any interview, that might be the most heartfelt and emotional we have seen that young man in our entire time of covering the U.S. National Tour.
I always try to tell people that karting is a family sport. You've seen the emotion from Paulie's mum and dad. That's one family. But what Paulie said at the end of the race, he went, this team, they're my family. Sometimes family aren't the people that you grew up with, they're the people that you come together with and compete with, win and lose with. You lose with them, it makes the victories even sweeter. That is karting's other family.
And Joe Turney, he's had a family in the works over the last 2 years here stateside with his tuner and good buddy Daniel Tate, Kart Republic North America's Eric Jones, and now this year Jay Howard with JHDD. You say win and lose together. Unfortunately, that 7 race, that incredible run, winning streak does come to an end, but it's a P2 run and a heck of a race from JT. Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, like Xander just mentioned, you know, your 7-race win streak comes to an end, but you just kind of said right before the interview, nice payday still. I mean, how do you still feel after this one?
Yeah, it was a decent race. I mean, like, I think that's probably the best that the kart's been, but I had good speed in the middle of the race, and when I saw I had a gap, I pushed, but probably burnt the tires a bit too early. So yeah, then I was closing a bit, and I didn't want to be the guy to close for like the last 9 laps on the white line as well. So Paulie got by, and then yeah, he was faster at the end as well, so I couldn't get back to him. So he fully deserved it. Maybe I could have raced it a bit different, but I'm still pretty happy with the race.
You're saying that's the fastest the kart felt all weekend long. Would you kind of say this is maybe the most challenging or one of the most challenging weekends you've had here in the States?
Yeah, I'd say so. We've worked really hard. Obviously, we're doing both classes, which makes it tough. It's been pretty brutal, and we had a bit of a unlucky issue in the KA in the final. Otherwise, I mean, we went off pole. I think we would have had a good shot. And then that time, yeah, I didn't fully expect to race. I wanted to race for the win there, but if I didn't, I wouldn't have been surprised. And in the end, we raced for the win until the last lap. So pretty happy with that.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
We will take a momentary break from our coverage following our last interviews here, folks. The TA2 main event's getting ready to roll on the big track here in less than 10 minutes, but we have one more driver to speak to, the youngest in the field. What an impressive day for Ryan Perry Motorsports, Davin Roberts.
First podium in X30 Pro. How does that one feel?
It feels great. I was just going to try and send it on anybody because I really wanted this podium bad on the last lap, try and roll the outsiders, or try and send it if there was a gap. And unfortunately, Austin and Allen collided, and we finished 5th, and after post-race penalties, got 4th.
Who would you like to thank for this podium finish here?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Mr. Ryan Perry, RPM Motorsports, and I'd like to thank God, of course, for blessing me with this beautiful day, and I think that's it.
Thank you, Davin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great stuff, and a podium run and a payday.
Yep.
How about that? Well, it'll obviously have to be made out to his father or mom here, Davin Roberts. What a run, though. What a weekend here from Wisconsin. The coverage isn't over, folks. Again, those watching around the beautiful 4+ mile car circuit here in Road America, TA2 is about to get underway. We're going to be able to dial down a bit of our camera setup so that way they can have a fantastic view of that main event, the final major race on the weekend here in Elkhart Lake. But our coverage will continue on a limited scale with a presser for the top 3 drivers, and we'll do what we can here to see if we can also continue to bring you the podiums. But, Henry, final thoughts here before we sign off.
This is known as the National Park of Speed. In every national park, they put up statues and monuments. And Paulie Massimino is first in line for a statue here. It's a fantastic venue. It's a fantastic circuit. We have been treated to some fantastic racing. I cannot wait to come back to the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex and pay tribute to the gods of speed here at Speedville, USA.
Well, there'll be a whole lot of loud and mean TA2 cars getting ready to run under the Speedville Bridge for our coverage of the on-track activity. We thank you for joining us. More interviews and chatter to come. But for now, from the Wisconsin Grand Prix, Round 3 of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, we'll take a quick break in the action as we get set for more from Wisconsin.
post-race press conference here. We got Paulie Massimino in the middle, Joe to our left, and then Ryan Norberg was the final driver to finish in the top 3. Can't make it to the press conference here. We got Davin Roberts, though, the youngest pro pole sitter here at the United States Pro Kart Series. Welcome on, Davin. Finished in P4. But, Paulie, I want to start from you here in the middle because we got to talk about it, right? Your first main Pro X30 win. Obviously, you won the X30 Pro shootout back at Trackhouse for the IME Grands many years ago, 5 years ago now, 4 years ago. But what does this one mean to you to get it done here in front of your family, in front of a lot of friends, and obviously to get it done, we talked about it on the walk here, on raw pace?
Yeah, it was amazing. You know, the team and myself and BBS, we've been working super hard. Obviously, we finished second a handful of times. You know, we've been close, super close a bunch of times, but we've just always been missing a tiny bit. And today, you know, we had everything we needed. The motor was amazing. Kart was great. I felt like I was driving the track how it needs to be driven. So everything just kind of came together. I really focused. I was a little upset after the KA race. Felt like we missed a little bit of pace there, but we bounced back in the X30. It's amazing. Like I said, we've just been working so hard, and it makes it harder, you know, trying to run up against RPG and all those guys. Obviously, they have a lot more guys in the field, so for them to be able to figure out stuff, it's a lot easier for them, where I feel like we have to work twice as hard to try and maintain it.
Hi guys, just a quick one. I'll do a question each. Come back to you straight away, Paulie. Talk about the very first, the second lap. You went in for a move on Ryan, you know, at the bottom of the hill. That was that do or die? And was that thinking back to yesterday when you said, look, we got to get to him early? At that point of the race, do you think if I don't get him now, I'm never going to get him?
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen this whole weekend, you know, between all of us in the field and, you know, everybody in the pits. He was the one to beat. He had so much pace, and I think, you know, throughout the heats he kind of wasn't fully pedaling it until the last heat, and that really showed us that we need to try and find something. So, you know, I got away a good start. You know, Joe let me in. He didn't really pressure me too hard. And then, yeah, I felt like, you know, I had to make a move. If I didn't make a move, potentially he could have, you know, started driving off. So it was a little aggressive of a move, but for me, I didn't really care. I wanted to win so bad, and you know, obviously I'm in the championship, but Ryan's pretty far ahead, so it didn't really matter to me. I just wanted to go out and try and win.
Okay, thanks, Paulie. I'm sure the rest of the crew will dig in deeper to the race because 22 laps, it was a classic race. I'll come to you, Joe, because at one point you had stretched away a little bit, and then Paulie caught you. Maybe in the maybe about 2/3 of the race gone. You started to defend a little bit. Was that intentional to back Paulie up because you could sense your kart going away and you didn't fancy your chances, like in a one-on-one scrap? What was that?
No, I mean, I got into the lead obviously in the middle of the race, and I had good speed for I think about like 3-4 laps where I pushed a bit more, and then after that I started to lose the tyre. Then once I saw, I didn't know it was Paulie behind right at the start. I thought it was Austin because I saw like a white kart. But then, yeah, I mean, I didn't want to back anyone up as such. I actually thought there was more people behind Paulie, and that's why I sort of like defended down here into the last sector, like quite inside. If I knew it was just Paulie, I would have not stopped so much inside, and then he got through. But yeah, like after that, obviously Paulie got past. We had a bit of a gap, so then there was probably moments where I could have risked trying to do something, but it would have, if I did something, it would have been either win the race or not finish. So
yeah, the Trans Am cars have just restarted their race. They're impressive beasts, I think we should say. I know the disrespect shown to the main event guys. You know, I'm sorry the support races in the background are just interrupting me mid-flow.
NASCAR by here.
That was so American.
It was,
what
yeah.
Just happened.
Yeah. Well, you know, thanks for your answer and happy birthday as well. I'm going to move over to Davin. I'm going to run through a list of names to start with. we've got Paulie Massimino, Joe Turney, Ryan Norberg, Zach Clamandamello, Alan Isambard, Austin Garrison, all drivers, and I'm not going to think, but they're not teenagers anymore. 2 weeks ago, you celebrated your 13th birthday, and yet you sat behind them. What did you learn from those 22 laps?
I learned that all of them, none of them make mistakes, and even not for the front guys. I mean, really, nobody makes mistakes in this class, and I know I have to be.
Dad that were watching and the family back in the tent. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, without my parents, none of this would be possible. My dad, my mom, we've been through so much with this sport. We've been working our tails off to try and.
That's pure American muscle right there.
Yeet.
America.
Oh, one wide.
Oh, that's right. Hey, what do you guys think? Welcome back to Road America, right?
Yeah, like I was saying, for me and my parents, we've been going at it for so long and trying to fight to be the best as possible. And today, that's all that matters, This connects us very well, obviously. It builds a great relationship with me and them, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. And then, also this team. Without this team, none of this would be possible. Obviously, I used to run with them back in, I think, like 2016 for a few years, and I kind of stepped away, and I went off to Prix, then to Speed, and then I bounced back, and this is the closest to family that there is. So they all work so hard. They all want it for me as well as everybody else under the tent. But if we have rough times, we always try and work super, super hard to try and bounce back. And like this weekend, we didn't start off very well. I was out there with Joe, and I thought I was pretty decent. And I come in and we were like 10th, 11th place, like 6/10 off, and we're kind of scratching our heads. We did a lot of work. We made big gains, big adjustments, big risk, and it ended up working out.
Joe, obviously first race back in the States in a couple months here. What's it like to be here at Road America, right? You guys do it pretty well over there over in the European side, but here in stateside, we clearly do it a little bit better.
Yeah, it's been cool. I mean, like, as you'll hear now, all these cars are going around, and it's a super cool place to come. Like, the towns around here all love the racing, and yeah, the event here has been super. The track's been really good. It's been difficult, but no, we've all enjoyed it, and yeah, I think hopefully we can come back here sometime soon.
I'm gonna give it a moment here because obviously pure V8's rolling by, but Joe, I'll come back to you here. Obviously, we handed out some drinks for you guys left to right. We got 2 spotted cows. Davin Roberts not drinking a spotted cow because he's just 13 years old. Got a root beer, though, which actually, for those who haven't had it, that's probably the best root beer I've ever had in my entire life. But
I agree.
Joe, what do we think of the spotted cow? That was your first time having a spotted cow this weekend, right? That was your first time having one of those?
I did actually manage to get a couple down earlier in the week, but they're good. It's nice. I started the weekend with Stella and finished with spotted cow. It's pretty good.
Davin, over to you. I mean, Henry kind of touched on it, right, about what you learned about over those 22 laps. What have you learned throughout the year? You've been running Pro X30 for a little bit now. You've been running with these guys for quite some time this year. I mean, what do you kind of attribute a lot of your recent success and progress to?
I mean, my dad, and Ryan Perry, I mean, both of those guys have just been hard at work, helping build my engine program and help work on my karts, especially my dad. I couldn't do anything without him because he's always wrenching for me every single time, and I attribute a lot of my success to my dad.
And Paulie, back over to you. I mean, we touched on it a little bit right down there on the grid during your post-race interview, but It's been over 1,400 days since you last won a pro. Yeah, you see it on your face. But it's been over 1,400 days since you last won a pro senior main. First main, but Pro X30 event. So what work went in over the last 4 years to get to this point again?
NASCAR. On road.
Paulie, let's get your thoughts on these lines here. What are we seeing out there from these guys?
They're all turning in early. Holding the brake too long, late back to the gas.
I want to know what it was that
exit.
you said because you said that you were driving the track shit bad, and you changed it, and then you just won. So what was that?
Yeah, I was one wide.
Without giving anything away.
I was holding the brakes for way too long. I wasn't using the banking to my advantage, so I felt like once I finally stopped not trusting the cart, and I gained some trust in it, finally just started popping my foot off the brakes as fast as I could.
Both KA and X30.
Yeah, both KA and X30. Obviously KA not as well, but yeah, that's what I felt. I felt like I was. And then this last section, like when I was behind you, you were way better through there. Like I wasn't nipping the curb, I wasn't keeping it tight. I was trying to be like super wide and dime in the corner, and it just wasn't working.
Okay, so on that point, right? What do you guys look for when you're behind somebody? Obviously behind Joe, vice versa. Like, what are you guys looking for when the driver in front of you is making a mistake, or what are you kind of analyzing throughout a race between the guy in front of you?
I mean, obviously, like where they're quicker and where you're quicker, because if you're struggling and you can't quite get to them, then you need to work it out pretty quickly, and you need to know where you can pass in the place where you are quicker. Apart from that, you're sort of focusing on your own stuff, and like, okay, you can work out a bit like the gear of the other driver and stuff like that, but yeah, just focusing on your own stuff and trying to go ahead.
Paulie?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree with exactly everything Joe said. You're just kind of basically seeing where you're losing and where you're gaining. Obviously, if you're gaining a lot down the straightaway, you're probably lower on gear. And then obviously, like I said, like Joe said, you can see a lot through the corners. If you get gapped, if you gain, if you miss the corner, whatever it may be. But all you're really trying to see is where they're better and how you can improve.
It's the every 2 minutes V8 engine noises we get to enjoy here at the Trans Am class, but it's starting to spread out a little bit out there, so it's making it a little bit easier to talk to you guys now, which is super nice. But I'll let them roll by a little bit more here, because I know it's loud for all of us in our ears.
Yeah?
Still got some in here.
That
was thirsty work out there.
That looks pretty easy to lift up. That one was empty, Joe. I think we need to get Joe another beer.
For Mr. Joe.
Here, let's get our camera guy social team.
Week, so I think we deserved it.
Here we go. Yeah, Kyle, you definitely weren't on the camera there.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers, boys. You guys earned that one. Joe, did we get a chance to change the flight at all, or are we still heading out tonight?
At the moment, still tonight. At the moment.
What's it going to take to change it? Talk to Eric.
I actually can't. No, I can change it. Yeah, I might actually do it because I can't really be bothered to fly tonight because it's been a long week and
it's your birthday.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, true. I should probably enjoy that. I might change it.
Where you guys staying? Where you guys going?
I was going to fly from Chicago, but yeah, I'll just move. Tons of flights from Chicago. All right.
What about you, Paulie? You got a lot of prize money you won here. I mean, what's the plans tonight?
Yeah, I was trying to see what time we got wrapped up out of here because I was maybe gonna hop on a flight tonight out of Chicago and try and get home. I got a coach tomorrow, so I don't know, but I probably won't. Probably just sacrifice getting up early and go straight to the track.
And then Davin, obviously for you, much different plans probably for you tonight than what these guys might have in store. But I mean, how are you going to kind of celebrate this podium finish?
Probably go out to dinner with some friends and
a lot of root beer.
Yeah, a lot of root beer. Get hammered on root beer and
I didn't realize you were just 13, to be honest. That's pretty impressive.
Thank you. But yeah, sorry.
So I've only got one question. So Joe, like I said, all smiles because you still got a cheese cow coming. How many of you are actually aware of the cheese cow? Because we've got podiums coming, and you're about to be awarded with the Wisconsin cheese cow. Paulie, tell Joe what a cheese cow is.
So, back in the day in WKA, whenever we come to Wisconsin, they give you like this. I don't know if they're bigger now or not, but it's literally a cow, like in a wrapper, and then it's just straight up cheese. Straight up cheese. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And what do you do with it? I guess you eat it.
You eat it.
And,
Yeah,
like,
it's just a cheese-shaped cow.
Yeah.
No,
So
it's
it's
it's about as big as your beer right there.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Good size.
They're headed for y'all's way here. I'm going to give each of y'all one question. Davin, since you got your suit on and you're prepared, I'm actually going to hold you, and we'll bring Ryan and Hayden into Paulie and Joe's shoes. But Joe, end of the day, I know the boys may have already said it, so if they did, I apologize. They already asked it. But man, final thoughts for you on this place this weekend. Obviously, would have been more fun if you were sat in the middle, I'm sure, today. But considering how you had to drive that main, this has got to feel like another fun weekend back stateside here, I imagine, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been an awesome week. Really cool place to come. Great town, great track. It's been a nice warm welcome to come back as well from you guys, so I appreciate that. And then, yeah, I mean, we just had a bit of a tough Sunday today. Had a bit of a problem in the KA, and then the X30 main was good as well. I mean, P2 we should be pretty happy with. So, yeah. I think all in all, we've worked super hard this week as well with the team, and yeah, Tate's done a good job on the spanners. He cut his leg open, but he's back now. He's all good. We've worked super hard. It's been pretty relentless, to be honest. I think we've done something like 35 sessions in 3.5 days, so it's been pretty brutal. But yeah, really happy to end the weekend how we did. Still a bit gutted on the KA, but the X30, I'm pretty pleased.
Paulie, final thoughts for you, man. This is obviously still a bit hectic for you. I can't imagine you've really had time to let this all sink in. Obviously, in the interview, it seemed like it was all hitting you a bit, but describe it.
Like I said, I can't thank my team enough. Everyone's behind me. Obviously, my dad, he was working on the KA this weekend. He was actually supposed to work on both, but there was a situation and ended up Chris Perez was able to work on the X30, so I can't thank him enough as well, keeping everything tight, keeping everything fast, so yeah. And obviously BBS for the rocket ship, I feel like our power this year has been the best it's ever been. There's times where we could use, just a little bit here and there, but, this weekend it was amazing. So I can't thank them enough, even in the KA. Obviously their horsepower in KA is amazing as well, so couldn't do it without them. Offset, next set, Wiggity Wayne, Odenthal, and yeah, I mean, really just my parents in this team. That's all I ever wanted.
Congrats, man. Congrats to you, Joe. We'll let you guys step aside. We'll take a commercial break. We'll bring in Ryan Norberg and Hayden Jones. Podiums are about to start here in a little bit. All right, hopefully you boys didn't have too much wax in your ears, so these guys...
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Brandon, why are there all these charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these...
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We swapped out here Hayden Jones and Ryan Norberg for Paulie Massimino and Joe Turney because these two came prepared. Those two didn't. Ryan, we'll start with you because they're just getting started with podiums here now down below us. First of all, man, recap a little bit of the weekend and how you're feeling today. We didn't even get to catch you yesterday. I know you've been busy.
Yeah, it's been a good week for us. I think the biggest thing is, like, you know, we've been fast all week, luckily. We've had some good qualifyings, and you know, being able to stay out front is always good, you know, in the heat races. But the one problem with that is that it's always hard to know where your competition is because you don't see them. So yeah, we kind of got caught off a little bit. I saw, you know, before we went out, you know, all the guys, the competitors were kind of coming together to understand, like, look, if we're gonna do this, we gotta work together.
Yeah.
So I knew it was coming, and yeah, I mean, I knew Paulie was going to try something, and so he went up the inside, and then, you know, I passed him back, and I lost some spots. And once I got back into second, I saw Joe. I was like, okay, perfect. I'll just, you know, pace him down. We can catch back up, and we'll see how this goes. And yeah, I just didn't have the pace that I had. And so, you know, at that point, it was just a bit of a struggle to, you know, make it work. And then Paulie caught me, and, you know, when he passed me, I was like, he actually had some pace. So I let him, you know, chase down Joe, and I thought it would bring me closer, but then, you know, just, you know, when you're in that melee, you can lose a spot here and there, and yeah, I lost a couple spots to Isenbar and Garrison, and we were just on the back foot the whole time after that. And so, yeah, I mean, it's tough, you know, take it after we've been so fast literally every session, and I think if I didn't get past with Paulie, we would have won, but yeah, we were set up to be out front, and that's kind of the end of it.
Hayden, what about you, man? Last we talked to you, you're like, I don't know. You get the internship, you move up here for the summer, you're on this. Talk with your grandpa on Thursday. He said you're coming to Newcastle. So how do you take away from this weekend?
I mean, well, we were super fast Thursday and Friday, first in happy hour, second in qualifying, behind Ryan, of course. And, you know, going into Saturday, we felt really good, really strong. The kart was, I mean, handling just exactly how I wanted it to. And then I think in the first heat, I overheated the tires a little bit. We went a little too high on the pressure. And then heat 2 and heat 3 was just kind of, we were struggling. I think I overworked the tires heat 1, and then it just kept getting worse and worse, and I felt like I was driving a drift kart. And then the kart lit back up when we put on new tires this morning, and it was super fast. I was super happy with how the car was handling going into the final, and then I get out there, and even on the outlap, I was having electrical problems, so that put me on the back foot right away, and I was struggling with that the whole race. The engine was just cutting out a little bit going down the straights, and I mean, it hurt our whole race, but in the end, I'm still fifth. I'm still right there, and, you know, as much as we could have done today, that's the best outcome we could have gotten.
Yeah, I mean, I guess either one of y'all, based on that, with the tire set, you had in the heats, I mean, were you guys talking all in the 10 or punching with the durometer? I know a lot of drivers throughout this year have been thinking there's been, here and there a bad batch of tires. That thought?
No, I don't think so at all. I think, that I don't know about anybody else, but yeah, I mean, it's very rare that happens with these tires. I think MG does a great job, at least in the United States. It's very rare that happens. Not to say it doesn't. I don't know what you're talking about particularly, but yeah, I mean, it's all good. I think, Hayden was fast. I don't know, necessarily, but I think it's more about, maybe just getting shuffled back and overcooking him a little bit, and then you have 2 more heats that you have to struggle through.
I had to fight a lot more than Ryan because he was out front the whole time, and that first heat we just went a little too high on the pressure, and I think it just overheated them barely, just enough to hurt them for the rest of their life. So it kept getting worse and worse, but we put on new tires and it was perfectly fine. So I just think that one set I just overcooked them from the beginning.
Do you think part of that, you guys obviously share and run a similar setup with all the back and forth you guys do, was similar to what you experienced in the main, Ryan? Of the go-kart was great for you, and it wasn't not great for you, Hayden. Just wasn't good in traffic.
Oh no, the car was great during the final. I just had electrical problems with the engine, so I mean it was cutting out down the straight, so I was losing time almost everywhere, and I was only a 10th off. So
sweet.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just when you're in the traffic, your kart handles different. And so, for me, I've driven all the practices, all the heat races alone. And I just wasn't prepared for what it was like when you're behind 3 or 4 guys. And so that's just kind of what caught me out.
Davin, I'll give you one more question, and then we'll let you start to head down and get ready and celebrate with your team a little bit. And then we'll do 1 or 2 more. I know Emery's coming up. He's got one for you, Hayden. But Davin, final thoughts for you, buddy. I mean, and actually, I'll make this 2. First, your final thoughts, but also you got 2 guys here now that you're starting to get used to running against. What's it been like running with these guys, and what was this weekend you got to feel like now that it's all done?
Yeah, I'm still in utter shock that I'm been on the podium or being on the podium. It's a great run of Ryan and Hayden. Still trying to chase down Ryan, but running around Hayden a good bit. I noticed that I definitely was catching you a lot on the straightaways, Hayden. It just feels great, and I'm still speechless after all of it because we've been working so hard. Me, my dad, and Mr. Ryan have all been working so hard to prepare for this weekend, and now we finally get to celebrate it, and all of our hard work's paid off.
Congrats, buddy.
Thank you.
Enjoy the root beer.
Thank you. Best root beer ever.
Emery, I'll give it to you. You can ask Hayden.
Yeah, I was going to ask you before the end of the press conference, Hayden, when we talked before USPKS at Trackhouse, you mentioned kind of a little bit knocking off the rust. You said you felt like it had been a long time since you had been in the seat, and that may have kind of contributed to some rust. Now that you've had 2 national weekends in the belt, another weekend at Route 66, do you feel like sort of compared to previous years, it's been a bit tougher for you to kind of get in the rhythm, or is it something that you were able to pick up over the course of both this weekend as well as the Trackhouse?
I think it feels pretty natural to me. I mean, I haven't, right off the bat, I was fast in practice, so, it came almost natural, and, I mean, I haven't had a problem with any chassis setup or anything. I think I just overcooked the tires in the first heat, and that showed for heat 2 and 3, and, I mean, the car was super fast all weekend, so I think it was pretty natural.
And so looking ahead to Newcastle as well, I mean, you said you're going to run it. You're in a pretty decent spot points-wise. I mean, it's one of your better tracks. How confident are you heading into that weekend?
I mean, pretty confident knowing that it's my favorite track. I just love going there. But, you got to keep your head down, and you can't always think one thing and then expect something else. So I'm just, coming in open-minded. I can do my best. It really doesn't matter where I finish as long as I try my best. And if I do my best, the outcome should be good.
Going back on what the rest of the year is, obviously your grandfather let the cat out the bag. The tentative plan was still to go to Newcastle. Is that still in the works to finish this one out?
Yeah, so at the beginning of the year, my dad and I put together a schedule because we have to look at my school schedule first. So we figure out what series I can run, and this year USPKS happened to work perfectly with my schedule since this race and Newcastle are over the summer, and then obviously GoPro is my home track and we live right there. So it worked perfect, and you get the drop, so I didn't even have to run Daytona. So it fit, and we were like, let's do it. I'm not sure what else I'm going to run for the rest of the year. Supernats is always up in the air, but, you know, it's just we're playing it by ear. At this point, I have to look at my school schedule. It's not posted yet, so that's going to be the big determining factor for me.
Ryan and Hayden, I'll give Kyle a chance to ask both of y'all. I haven't given him the mic yet, so Kyle, do you have it? All right. I'll take it from here. Then to finish you guys out, they're on the third class. I think they're just wrapping up KA, so we got time for just a little more. But I mean, obviously talking beyond just this race today, Ryan, getting to have you to do one of these sit downs. We've been mainly doing them at the shifters or in the X30 race. But I didn't get to join you at Trackhouse, so I want to talk to you this year to this point. We're right at halfway. I mean, it's been busy for you. I can only imagine. What it's got to be like, but it also has been pretty damn good on paper, and historically, I'm pretty sure you just clinched another title here today.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, it has been a really good year for us. I think it's always hard at the end of when you're disappointed with the result to look at all that and be like, oh yeah, but it has been a really good year. We've had 4 wins so far. Could have been 5. I think our average finish is inside the top 5, top 3. So yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with the results we have. The kart's been really good all season, and I'm really kind of finding my happy place, I guess, with my driving. I'm seeming to get the kart and everything together. Every year there's kind of a evolution of how the culture of driving changes, the tires, everything's just, everything gets different. So trying to find that early and getting your groove early is nice, and I think we found it. And yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of trying to do SCUSA now and keeping this momentum going in Newcastle, and that's a track where everybody's strong. So, at this point, we're getting to the time where, we're going to the tracks where it's basically everybody's home track because we go to these races so much. So everybody knows these places so well. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough round in Newcastle. And with Pauly finding some confidence after this next win, I'm sure he's going to be up there as well. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes, but hopefully we can keep the ball rolling and stay towards the front.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's, disappointment on your guys' end, and Ryan, you and Pauly had a pretty hairy moment, but like you mentioned, you kind of knew those guys were going to be gunning for you when you dominated.
But honestly, I told Pauly at the beginning of the year, we had a little bit of an issue in Daytona, and I was like, look, man, you just got to race hard. And the dude drove me hard, and that's racing there. At the end of the day, I can be upset with the strategy, but that's racing. I do the same thing. When somebody's fast, you get in front, you push them back. And so, yeah, I mean, look, he raced hard, and I'm happy to see that he's driving like that. I'm happy to see everybody's as far as some other incidents here and there, some other guys, I was raced pretty fair out there, and it was tough, and it was, it didn't work out great for me, but I feel like it was all pretty fair, and, that's just racing at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Hayden, what about you? You and Pauly have similar paths and different paths, but you come out of the same neck of the woods. It's kind of cool to, if there was anyone else besides you or Ryan, is it cool to see him get his first?
Oh, for sure. I mean, Pauly's been doing this for so long, and he does a lot of the stars and has won OKM, but I mean, the first win in X30 feels really good, so I know he's really happy, and that's good for him.
Well, we'll wrap up here. I see Tim's here. We're ready to send you boys down. So I'll give you both one final thought. I'll send you down to the podium. Hayden, you first.
I mean, it was a good weekend overall. I'd like to thank Mike, Joni, Alex, my grandpa, Renee, my parents for coming up this weekend, my sisters, Madison and Morgan. Not YMCA. I'd like to thank USPKS for putting on a great event, and, just looking forward to Newcastle.
Yeah, he's in a hurry to pay, so we can't talk too much, Ryan. He's got to give you guys some money.
Yeah, I know,
at least you.
Yeah. Thank you to the team. Thank you to Mike, Joni, Alex, Brady, everybody. Thanks to my wife and family back home. Everybody, that supports me behind the scenes. So, yeah, we're excited to go back home and get going on some other things.
Yeah, and now if Baby Norberg ends up coming right around round 4, it's all good.
Yeah, exactly. We already got it locked in. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting time these next couple months.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We'll sign off the broadcast now, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.